Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Welcome, knowledge seekers. This is the Kesh Corona Telegram meeting in English for March 21st, 2021. It's the North American team. Alex Skorick and myself, Mark Anderson, will be hosting and presenting, and so will all of you as your soul leads you. Well, we've had the birth of the new child. I know Mr. Kesh had a birth recently as well, but this is a birth for all of humanity. And this is a beautiful platform for us to deliver peace and to connect our videos and things to peace, as we'll hear in a moment. Would anyone like to make any comments? I want to thank you all and congratulate everyone who's put effort into it, whether it was on the soul level or if it was actually making the content and so on, as we all played a part. And it doesn't always have to be physical for it to manifest as we're learning. Mr. Kesh gave a profound teaching, I think, on Thursday with meteors, asteroids, and so on. I know the space agencies have told us for so long that they're still looking for life. And Mr. Kesh says, as a man of space, he knows there's life, and he's met some of these beings and so on and so forth, all across the universe. Probably in every square inch of this universe, there's life, but not the way we see it. And so that's why we need our knowledge upgraded to understand more of the creation and the beauty of the creation, and how life is even in photons and rays and asteroids. Would anyone like to say anything regarding the television launching? It was a beautiful, beautiful show. I know you can go back and watch it and watch the reviews or the archive of it. I think today was a couple hours and yesterday was a similar platform. And again, it's not smooth in the beginning, but that's no problem, because we're doing this coming right out the gate with not a lot of experience, except for some few who have worked in the TV or production industry in the past, where they know how to search for things and put things together and overlay and so on. I've got a steep learning curve to go, but I know some of the people in our group have done a beautiful job. And it is elevating to the rest of us to see what others are doing, and hopefully we'll connect even closer and more often with others in the area as we start to create little platforms and little videos that will perk the interest of people, realizing that there's a whole new way that it's going to change, that what we've seen as war and destruction is now going to go to peace and beauty. And I think that's what so many people are hoping they'll find on their television, and now they will. But we have to spread the word, as no one really knows, or it's been kept from so many people on this planet, the beauties and the knowledge that's contained within the Kesh Foundation. So that's going to be opened up. And as you saw, I didn't see one disclaimer there. And hopefully they won't be around. And these maybe in the public teachings like we have now, if we continue in this platform, we will continue using a disclaimer, and that's fine too. Alex, thank you for joining us today. Are you all set? I see you're just here on one system. No, you're here on two systems. Would you like to co-host on the other system?
This is the system I'm going to be doing a transmission on, and I'll be ready in about half an hour. How's that with you?
Oh, that's fine. I thought we'd just go through the meteors and asteroids in this teaching Mr. Kesh gave on Thursday, which is so profound and so humbling as well, to think that we're the only one on the block, but now we know there's many other lives and in different dimensions all across this universe. And so this is one of the things before we go into space, we need to realize, because we don't even know what we're stepping into or involved in. And there's so many different forms of life and so many different dimensions. And we're basically have been in the matter state for most of our time here. So now we're going to learn a new way and a new understanding from someone, as he says, as a man from space. So we can go to that unless someone else has something they'd like to say about the television or anything that touched you this weekend. I think each video had its own flavor and its own soul, and it touches different people in different ways. Just like the teachings of Mr. Kesh, we all seem to take different things from it, depending on our level of intelligence and what we can absorb from it. So they're all beautiful, as I saw it. So we'll go right into that Knowledge Seekers Workshop, the 372 from Thursday, and just get a deeper understanding. As I said, our scientists have been looking for life, and life has been landing on this planet for a long time. Mr. Kesh even alludes to the fact that perhaps some of these asteroids or other things have helped contribute to our creation here on this planet. But it's such a large amount of knowledge, and our level is pretty low when you start to think about the asteroids that we just put in boxes or museums, and they're full of colonies of life. I had thought too, as was when he was talking about this, about the universal unit and creating conditions in there. So perhaps meteors or small rocks and things can be placed in there. And if the conditions are right, the soul of that will be able to manifest itself in the matter state. And I think we'll be adding a lot of new faces, so to speak, on this planet, if we can do that and create those conditions. So again, thank you for all the time you've put in, your dedication to this and your dedication going forward. Because as with any television network, and I've never actually worked in television or anything, but the content and the programming has to keep coming forward. And I think they will become more beautiful and deeper as we learn more about these systems and how to project this knowledge in a beautiful way to the population. And I think there'll be so much positive feedback, we won't even believe what we're hearing from people, where they're looking at things in a whole new dimension, just like with the meteors that we've never really understood before. So we should all feel privileged, but yet humbled at the same time that we're even here with Mr. Kesh to help deliver this knowledge. And I'm sure the universal community is applauding as well, because they've wanted this spread far and wide. And we're going to help in that process. We're all going to help in that process. So thank you all. So what I'd like to do is play the 25-minute clip again on these meteors. And he does tell us that the TV network is to connect our videos to the peace process. And this is very, I think, critical for that television station to accomplish what it was set out to accomplish, which is peace in exchange for technology. So feel free to say anything you'd like, as everyone's equal on this platform. and no one is higher or no one is lower.
Get the foot back on, and we'll move on. In respect to what is our main target with the Keshe Foundation Television is the peace process. We show technologies, we show changes, but the ultimate target for Keshe Foundation Television in all the recordings you do, in all the developments you do, is how can this be used for creating peace? And if we can do that, we can achieve a lot. And we'll see what is the next step, what it'll bring us and how we develop. And we'll see what the future holds for us as what we call knowledge seekers, and not to be arrogant to be a master or a teacher, but to be there to seek for knowledge to understand. In the process of the teaching, as I said, by this week, we bring everything to an end in respect to the teaching of the Keshe Foundation, but we cannot jump into the next step. We have to understand what is the next step. We go today beyond the boundary of the earth and see how life is and is being brought to us without us knowing. In so many ways, mankind has an opportunity to learn more about how and what are the possibilities of life. Of the knowledge or being in the dimension of life. In so many ways, we have to come to one understanding. In so many ways, we are strangers to our own world. Many of us, we hear about asteroids and meteorites and everything else. How do these come about? How do they get to us? How and what information and life do they carry within? Some of these, what is stone to you or me, is a home to colonies of life. In so many ways, mankind has not matured enough to understand that even some of these stones we see in the depth of the sky and what we call environment of the solar system are not from this solar system. As you understand by now, as knowledge seekers, as we see the meteorites coming and entering our atmosphere, burning, or in a way they enter or they land, or we see them as lights in the sky, or we see them in the depth of the what we call the solar system. These are not all from the solar system. As we get the stones coming in and burning from the solar system into the atmosphere of the earth, we get the same thing from the what I call the Milky Galaxy into the atmosphere of the solar system. But the size of these plasma fields which convert themselves into the matter state, some as a matter state they enter, and some they enter as an energy and then convert to the matter due to the inertia of the solar system itself, the way it happens on Earth, they become part of the solar system. And then through the dimension of their gravity and the pull, they become like asteroids. So once we see and once we understand this, we understand even life from different dimensions of the galaxy, and the same thing has happened to the Earth, the meteorites. We have galaxial meteorites, then we have universal meteorites, which in dimension are beyond man's imagination, but as energy packs that when they enter the magnetic field forces of the Milky Galaxy, then they convert to a meteorite, to an object according to the strength of the solar systems and galaxy systems. So if we understand this, we understand all the meteorites, all what has landed on Earth is not necessarily from solar system. As much as solar system creates its own asteroids, so does the galaxy, so does the universe. And so if mankind become wise to this, will understand we already have received many of these which have come through the universe, which managed to pass through the galaxy of fields, and Earth and our solar system being on the edge of the present galaxy, more or less, on the boundaries, receives most of and some of. So for the scientists of the future, especially Keshe Foundation scientists, is not to analyze the stones or the objects as we see into what they are. Learn the new technology which you have learned through the gas and plasma technology, and cultivate these to see how life created in them and is within them, which has entered the life of man. Maybe at the salt content of our atmosphere, there is no life in this. But if you understand now that it needs an active condition to bring the existence and conformation of life, in the coming time, many of the universities who work in the what we call understanding of life in the space will see and find and mature life in these stones. Because it's not there, because we haven't provided the right condition. Now that we understand that life has to come and way the life is created, meteorites and asteroids are many of them containing life in what we call as aliens, as those we do not know. Some of these meteorites originally were part of, or they are what you call a UFO, which has lost control with life within it. And in the energy transfer has changed to the matter state of the what we call asteroids as an object in our galaxy and in our solar system and on our planet. Mankind has got to learn that this will happen to us in the depth of space. We will lose many of our spaceships entering in the wrong field without knowing and converting into its condition, into the position of the fields of the environment they enter. So, as especially now we enter the cycle of life, we have to see, even within the stones, within these structures that we see on Earth, and now we become passengers of the universe, we find asteroids traveling in the solar system or in the galaxy, to understand what life they carry within them. What life was created in them when they were part of. In the universal community, we see many of these, many spaceships which get lost in the process of transportation or travel, and then we find a lump somewhere, and then we can say this is there. But because the energy of the life in them is a magnetic field structure, we can revive the life. Which means one day, when the knowledge of mankind reaches that point of maturity, if you put this stone in the incubator of the fields of the universe, it might give you who are the passengers. In so many ways, mankind has to learn the truth, which has been hidden from him through the lack of understanding of the reality of life in the universe. Why do we see a tail on some of the meteorites? Why do we see tail on some of the asteroids? Because of, they say, is due to the entering and interaction with the fields of the sun. They interact with the fields of their environment. And that itself gives us a lot of indication which one of them carries life, which one of them is part of. The question to ask mankind is, we spoke years ago about the shoe crab, or crab shoe, whatever you call it, and I explained the life existence. Did it enter as an energy pack in one of these asteroids, then become a meteoroid, and then finding the right environment on Earth gave life to the soul of it, and in that position, in freeing it, it took the shape that it can confirm its existence on this planet. This is why mankind needs to explore the new science. Mankind needs to understand more. Now that we switch from past years of teaching about the matter state and field, now we have to understand, as we go into the interaction of the fields, the essence of the creation of life, how we have even been lacking the knowledge to see and to know the stones we put for people to see is another fields of life. Is another life in essence within it, but we have not managed to be able to understand, to create the environment for it to manifest itself. Then it comes to the reality of how do we realize this? How do we create life out of the stones we create in, and we keep in museums? And then what knowledge these passages of the universe carry for us. And how do we decipher every picture? To you is a boil, to you is a crack, but what does that crack and boil carry for us? Why do we see these shapes? I had the pleasure about a year and a half, 2 years ago, to go to an environment and a shop which was just selling meteorites. Nothing else. The shop was everything, boxes opening, this has come from there, so much fun, so much they want for it. And I was with Wang Min in Beijing. And as we held the stones in our hand and I looked at it, in the back of my mind, I said, how can I tell people I'm holding life? I'm holding an existence, and we put it in boxes and we put it in museums, and not understanding that the way we make a difference between the animal life and the plants, and we become vegetarian and we don't eat meat, how can we become more intelligent than to understand within these structures there is life? It's for us as a human race to understand these first before we go into the next step of understanding the maturity of time in the space travel. As we cannot see, we cannot create, we cannot understand the totality. Every hole, every grain, every position of the space in these stones, to me as a man of space, has a meaning. It's life, it's existence. Does not matter how you pick it. They do not come, most of them, from the splash of the suns and the stars hitting each other and planetary system crashing together. That was a fantastic fairy tale we have accepted up to now. But the truth is different. The truth is, we are interacting, and if on this planet, or for us in other places and positions in the universe, environments created, we shall become the stone. The way they have become us. But within it, we see it goes back to the reality for those who couldn't understand at the beginning, that it says even stone has a soul, because that stone carries many souls. To you, you looked at the atoms and protons have a soul. To me, as a man of space, Every meteorite is a colony of life. And this is what, in the coming time, we have to understand and explore. We are jumping into the space travel, but we have no knowledge of the space. We would like to leave and change this planet and make it a peaceful place, but we do not know what atrocities will bring to the others in the universal community. But not knowing, but not being able to understand the totality. As I've said many times, when I let man loose into space, it becomes like a bull in a china shop. You'll break everything. And you think you're still right, because you don't have a knowledge that it's a China. It's got to be respected, it's got to be enjoyed, it's got to be handled with care that it doesn't break. And mankind has to go through that phase. And this is why in today's teaching, I brought you a line between man and what is outside. That when we start the teaching with what we call the process of interaction of the fields, what do we know about the fields of lives which is being here and is taking the shape of a stone and there's still life in it? How do we recognize it? How do we allow in some of these, what you call stones, the life which is within them creates the condition that allows them to show themselves to us. Don't forget, we stand 1 and 2 meters high as a man, and when we come to the point of demise, we come no physicality, but energy we call the soul of the man. So in reality, in the time of change of physicality, how many souls are entrapped within these stones? Are they all stones? Or, as I said many times, there are systems with lives which are in trouble, or we have captured them and we don't let go because they cannot exist in the condition of this atmosphere. When we understand this, maybe in the future generation, our children will take these stones back to where they came from and we'll see them to grow to life. This is what we have to accept as a human race, to become part of the world of the creation. This is what we will see in the upcoming time. These stones, what we call meteorites or asteroids, some of them are or have been part of the bigger structure of life, sometime in the process of life on this, or in this universe or beyond. At the same time as we have the meteorites which come from the universe into our galaxy and to Earth, we have meteorites the size of universes that move from one universe to another. This is what mankind has to understand. And with it, how many of us have seen, have touched, have been around a life which is from another universe, which has managed through the process of its evolution enter our atmosphere. Then would we recognize, because the amino acid and the salt condition, which means conversion to life, is slightly different, and we don't have those materials here at this moment of time to produce the environment for it to manifest itself. How many billions of years they have been in this position, and they have landed on Earth millions of years ago, and they're still in there, calm and serene, waiting for the condition to manifest itself that they can show who they are. We have these with seeds and plants, that the seeds are within the ground and they don't show anything. And suddenly out of nowhere, when the condition comes right, man creates that condition, or the atmosphere does, they manifest themselves. We all know the story of the poppies and the fields, battlefields of France, where nothing ever grew there. And after they bombing each other for days and weeks and months, suddenly poppies grew red. Nobody's seen poppies for a long time, and suddenly out of nowhere, by introducing what I call weapon technology of the man to destroy each other, to create the condition, now the poppies could grow. And they show themselves in the red color, what they call the blood of soldiers. So even on this planet, we have that condition. Now we have to understand we have the same thing amongst us. The question I've raised many times, has the life on this planet, in reality, has it started on this planet? Or was it brought in by another meteorite that in the right condition and the position led to creation of the life as we know as human being, with a little bit of adoption, as we've seen it with crab shoe or shoe crab. Either way, man from now on has to become wise to the creation and the knowledge of what we have, what shall we become of us in space, and what happens if in the spaceship the man makes from the field interaction in conjunction and in entry into another dimension becomes the stone which is in front of you. Can you hear the ones who are looking at you and say, hi, I'm here, get me out of here? Or would you hide within the structure of the soul? I stay here because I don't know that man might eat me. Mankind has to become wise to the truth and the reality of the existence and depth of the space. We need to develop a massive understanding of the culture of life. How do we create environment that the culture's life in it, irrespective of the position, place, and the dimension? This technology, in a very hidden way, is embedded in the enhancement units. In the enhancement units, when we develop it and tune it to the environment that we like, as I've said, in a very, what I call sweet and hidden way, is we can create the condition that when we put this stone in it, because we can measure its field effect, life becomes alive. We see the stone will change to dimension of the life, because now we can create the condition of, doesn't matter which galaxy, which universe, which part of the universe it came from, because the knowledge within the structure of the enhancement unit is developed to create the condition for every position in the universe. It's not just that you go in there and you satisfy your hunger, or you save yourself from a slight little cell in the liver, which you call it cancer. The enhancement unit, this is why it's called universal. You can create a condition in every position in the universe that you give chance for life to exist, and for you to be able to adapt yourself to the condition you're going to enter. In so many ways, what we call interaction of the fields, if we understand it, the way when you enter from the room warm into a room cold, and the condition changes and you freeze and you become an ice block. These stones are in that condition, but through interaction of the magnetic fields and not matter state field temperature. If we create the right condition for this stone in the enhancement unit, I ask you one question. What kind of life you will see within it? What would it manifest itself out of? Then you understand why now we are going into this direction and dimension of interaction of the fields from next week. To you open your eyes in a new dimension of life. To open your eyes in another dimension in the knowledge of the Creator. In a way to understand more, that by seeing more, man finds out how feeble his life is. and how we change, and how the changes in the knowledge for us gives us a new vision, a new dimension to understand more, to appreciate the beauty of the Creator. Then you understand a step further that how little we know of the totality of the knowledge. If I would have brought you these stones, these pictures, oh, they said, oh, this is this, it came, could be a planet hit it, or a meteorite hit it, and the dust went up, and it went into the galaxy, and this is all nonsense. You try in the wrong way to throw a meteorite when it hits the earth and creates a dust, and throw a stone back into the solar system. The way you get burn coming in, you get burn going out. Very, very seldom. So in reality, mankind has to come to understand the new structure in life, the new understanding of the science of the creation, the new ways that we respect life in every dimension. I'm a vegetarian. I don't eat meat. If you're a vegetarian, you don't eat meat. Would you like to have a stone because really has no life in it? Then because you haven't accepted that vegetables have a life too. This is what man is going to do in the space. Ooh, I don't eat meat because it comes from earth. I don't eat vegetable because it comes from earth, they're alive, but I eat you because you're not from earth. Would you like to be in that position? Or do we become selective to suit us? And in that selectiveness, we create more problem for us as a human being on earth and in the depths of the universe. This is why the teaching of the Keshe Foundation has to be by those who understand it in depth, to understand, to respect the fields of the universe, not for them to become something that you consider that there is a life or they could have a soul. Don't forget, mankind knowledge is slightly tuned to it but never understood it. Why some things are rays and some things are photons and some things are particles. Now, which dimension would you like me to catch you in? In a photon, in a particle, or in the light, or as a ray? Either way, your life. And this is what in the upcoming teachings we teach you more, the essence of the creation. Then if you understand this, mankind will become mature to totality of the fields of the creation and the creator. As when you take life in that position, you take part of the creator. Would you like to eat him? This is why in the teachings we take the teaching to the new dimension, that the man will even respect the fields of the universe, not only the collection of the fields that might have a soul that you might eat or you might consume. And even when you take the fields from the universe, you respect it, that what I give, I take equal. Then I become a transition point as the food is to the man today. But we go respecting a higher order, understanding the totality, not taking away because it passes that we need, but somebody else might need it more than us. We can always take when it comes. This is the step which I try to take you in the next stages of the teaching of the Keshe Foundation. Respecting the fields of the creator, not the objects and the matters and the lives, that because they are collected, I respect. If you reach to that point of maturity, to understand the interaction of the fields and respect it the way you respect your own life, then you become mature to become closer to the light of the creator. Then we understand. Ask yourself one question. Is there a life in the stone and the tree? I say, 99.99999% yes. Because as a man of experience, traveler of the universe, I can even tell you where this stone has come from, who these people are, how they live, how they interact. To you, 1,000,000 years is a long time. For these people, 1,000,000 years is not even one day of life in their cycle. Then we understand how little we know. Then we understand what we have to respect. When you pick up a stone, don't forget, even the stone has a soul. If you create the right condition for it, that the stone doesn't melt, but it opens up now that you understand the technology of the gas and field interaction. And let's see what it shows itself in the field dimension. Yesterday in the lab, I asked our knowledge seekers to do this in a different way with another element. And I know the answer, I know what is going to come, but it was a surprise to him. What and how, but up to now I could not teach because mankind was not ready for it. But gradually we're becoming ready for understanding the totality of the creation. Now we can go to the next step. How do we mutate? How do we allow life through the fields of existence to come into operation? The point for us has to be one thing. How did the fields come together to create this stone and within it hold life? And how those lives have chosen to be in that position, what they're learning in through the experience of their lives. A very simple understanding will give you a lot of clues how much life is this within the stone. You see the color of green. You see different shades. How much of it is earthly made and how much of it is within the stone. What feels from inside comes that is seen outside the screen. What is the interface between the fields? Why only we see the green on it? What condition that green creates for inhabitants of the stone to receive energy at the level they like? When you look at inside of it, when you look at the holes in it, why do you have these holes? Was the stone melting what was boiling inside, or is this a cavity of the position where the souls could exist? Now the stone has a different story. Now we understand the totality. As I was talking to one of the knowledge seekers recently, why do we call it the black hole? Why is it black? Isn't it the truth that the field strength on the boundary outside covers a full life of light inside? Isn't it this what we wrote in the first paper about the creation of the black hole? The origin of the black hole. Just because we see it black outside does not mean there's nothing inside it. And most of you knowledge seekers should have understood this from the first time you made your first nano coating. You hit the gem of copper inside the darkness of his skin. You call it nanotechnology. You should have seen life exist within the life of the copper, the life of the zinc, or whatever you make, exists inside that black hole. Just because it's on the tube, you consider it as a nanotechnology. But that's the true essence of life in the universe. You have to get through it, go through that 30,000, 40,000 layers, and you see life, the copper inside, the soul of it. This was one of the only ways I could teach mankind the beauty of the creation and what at that time was made not to be understood, that what is it? Black holes are eating machine, because the man never understood the truth about it. What is black? It means protecting itself, that the life inside exists in its entirety. Get a copper ball, throw it in the caustic, create a new condition for it that in respect to its environment creates a protection layer on itself. We call it nano layers. And now you have a black hole in your hand, but inside is copper. You cut it and you see it. It's the same when you cut through what you call a black hole in the universe. There is a life of dimensions of a higher strength that in reducing its strength, it becomes in interaction, makes layers and layers of shields, the way the Earth atmosphere does. Now we understand the truth about the black hole. And now we can understand, if we understand the field interaction of the universe in coming times in teaching, how we can move through these barriers into the center and see the copper. Now the knowledge of transmutation and transportation through fields of the universe become paramount, not to transmutation of the elements as was promised become the point of maturity of the man. That was the maturity of the physical man. The man who understands the process of the creation through his soul moves to the dimension of interaction of the fields of the universe, not through the dimension of interaction and conversion through mutation of the matter state.
Wow, that was quite a profound teaching. And it just shows we have a lot of maturing to do before we actually go out into space and mess things up for the others. It's just amazing that the holes he showed in these rocks are just like that gap in our brain where the soul resides, or a colony of souls reside. So I think it was just last week, Alex, we were talking about cement and cement growing. And I said, I have to look at cement in a whole new way. And then this teaching comes out from Mr. Kesh. And he said he had to wait till we became more mature. So bringing this to the person that's never heard of anything like this will be quite difficult for them to understand and elevate their field strength to see the life in even in these meteors or asteroids. It's just, I know we're looking at it like we're going to go up there and mine them, and all these different space companies are planning to take the materials off of there and bring it back to Earth and so on. But what a fantastic teaching. And you have to be a little bit humble to absorb it, I think, and lose that arrogance that we think we're the top, on the top shelf. Our knowledge is very low, and our maturity will be increasing so that we will be able to interact. Or it's just amazing that you could take a meteor and put it, or a stone, into the universal unit, and that life may have knowledge and carry something for us. Or is it that we're freeing that soul to become, to manifest in the matter state, to confirm its own existence? It's just very deep and very humbling to me. Would anyone else like to comment? I hope everyone's done a little bit of spraying today. I did get out a little bit later than usual, but I said the creator doesn't wear a watch, so we do it when we do it. But today I was a little bit late, not on the time. And we're doing the spraying to elevate the soul of the planet to a peaceful condition. So if you're not sure, you can hear that in the Universal Council meetings of the reason for the spraying. And we're elevating the soul of this planet into a peaceful condition. And you can all take part in that every Sunday at noon CET or 6 p.m. CET. So thank you all, and thank you, Mr. Kesh, for such a profound and humbling teaching. I hope we're able to absorb it more and more. Alex, I'm glad you joined us today. I wasn't sure if you were going to appear. You came in a little late.
That's a matter of opinion.
But you're always right on time.
So now you've identified the crux of the situation here, because we are not in the same position that we were last week. So I want to thank you very much for that introduction.
I know we're having an asteroid pass by us very close, about 5 lengths of the moon. I'm not sure the name of it, but I think today is the day when this asteroid will pass by. And maybe some of it will come here. I'm not sure. But it's just amazing that in every corner and every inch or speck of this universe, there's probably life, and it has to be respected, just like we respect each other. And it doesn't have to have the 2 arms and the 2 legs to be respected. Mr. Keshe talks about life in a photon, life in a particle, life in a ray. It's all life. And I guess that's what the Creator produces, life. So we'll be going out and we'll be interacting, and probably even here on Earth, as I said, with the universal unit, if you put a stone in there and if it has a soul in there and the conditions are created correctly, you will probably meet a new friend or some sort of interaction that I'm not aware of, but it's so phenomenal that it's humbling. And as we said last week, even the cement has life in it, which has to take a bit of a humble person to sort of want to see that, or to be able to see that, or to have that sort of field strength to look at it as life, where most would look at it as just some inanimate object to be dealt with as you choose. But it must be respected, and this is the way we're going to have to go into space, according to someone who's been there before.
So for about 9 years, that was my life. And when I came to that realization, it really helped me in my work, but it was really difficult to explain to other people that particular concept. So I never really
say, were you able to share that with anyone without them wanting to put you into a certain asylum?
Well, with that condition, I was able to share, but with that condition. So it just got to the point where I had to change the performance. So we found that we were entering into a field that was lacking ethics, shall we say. And that was really unfortunate. So it was really hindering things. And that's one of the things I want to talk about today. Mark, do you think I could take some time and run a class?
Certainly can. Thank you.
I want to thank everyone for attending today. This is the North American Corona Telegram team meeting. And as I say, things have changed. And we've been, in so many ways, we've come up with many more hurdles to overcome. So one of the things that we've been trying to do, and we've been racing along, and we have been successful with the Brazilian crew, is we have come to the point where we were able to complete the 21 classes of basic teaching, which we broke down into 3 sections, which I'll discuss. And is that the end? Not really. And where is it exactly? And I don't know. And these are the questions we have to ask. So I'm going to try and answer some of those questions today. And we're going to discuss some of the limitations. And one of the limitations is we do have to do some business. So please excuse me while I complete this disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for healthcare professionals' clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional, medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided as is and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to. This teaching is a continuation of the works of Maran Tavakkoli-Kesh, and we not only are grateful for his life's dedication, but we're also grateful for his integrity, because what we have found out over the years when we've been involved with advanced science, and that's what we are involved with, is advanced science, is that money chases science. And unfortunately, in many cases, science or innovation chases money. And then there's a, shall we say, a power play. And it's very difficult to overcome this because we are living in a matter state reality. And so one of the decisions that I've had to make is, are we ready to jump to the next level? And as we've seen by the intro today, the next level is way down there. And for many of us, we are capable of making that leap. But for many of us, it's not possible. And for those of us who are not aware, it's not possible at all, because that's the first thing that has to happen. There has to be an awareness. And how many people today are totally oblivious to what is going on within the reality because of our tiny, perfect world. And so we've discussed basic public teaching, and what we want to discuss is basic understanding. We want to advance on that. So in the basic teaching, we did 9 classes. We started with terminology. We went through intermediate teaching, and that was really intermediate basic teaching. And then there was advanced teaching, and it was still basic teaching. And so we graduated to basic understanding. And the purpose of these teachings is really to provide a bridge between the here and the there. And as in this education series, there are no diplomas, there are no classes, there are no graduations. Everyone goes at their own rate. And so that can be done in short order, or it can take many, many years. And each of us has the opportunity to decide how to do that. And a lot has to do with how we were introduced to the basic understanding, which fundamentally revolves, and I use the word revolve because we're going to discuss rotation. It revolves around the x-axis. And so I would like to discuss that, but in a different light, you see, because today was a historic day. Today was the sugar cube melting in the hot tea. Today was the breakdown of the collective censorship that we have and the censorship is done in sometimes a malicious way, and sometimes it's done just through lack of knowledge. And so we don't want to discuss the negative aspects, shall we say. What we're going to discuss is the limitations of the knowledge and how we can eliminate these limitations, because the plasma science has no limitations. So this class is still for new knowledge seekers, of which there's going to be a tsunami developing very shortly, and of new knowledge seekers, that is. And it is also for mature knowledge seekers, trying to make heads or tails and make sense and organize things, because now we've entered a new dimension. And that has to do with converging the limitations of science and the limitations of the study of spirituality. And are those two mutually exclusive fields of interest? And we find that no, they're not. They're really one and the same thing, just that they have their own terminology. So we have to introduce terminology. And in review, as we went through this, and this is very important for the teachers, because it's difficult to talk about a subject when you don't have the terminology. And it doesn't matter which language you're talking about, that's already hard enough. But when we have a new language of the plasma science, and so we discussed the basic magnetical, gravitational, nanostate, GaN state, and orders of magnitude. These are important things for us to understand. And as we try to navigate through the various dimensions, and we were still working in the matter state very much so, and there are relationships with the plasma state. And so we discussed surface to volume ratios, which affected susceptibility, and of course, the introduction of the monatomic relationship. And then this, of course, affected the gradients. And this gradient discussion involved dynamism, and it's the dynamism of the plasma science, which is astounding. And the reason it's astounding is because it's unlike anything that we've discussed in the past. And then we introduced more terminology. And so this is kind of a review of what we talked about, principal matter. And we're going to do some realignment of some terminologies, but we understand that this is the creation of amino acids, and from the amino acids, they're created from star formations, and the star formations create the plasma state. And this is the plasma state which involves rotation. And most of us think we understand rotation, but rotation has its limitations, because the next step is the dynamic plasma state, which involves non-tangibility. And do we have rotation in non-tangibility? Well, of course we do. So when we talk about the plasma science, to kind of put things in context, we broke things down into axes. And today we're going to discuss further the x-axis, because it involves rotation. And when we talk about rotation, it involves transmission. And as being a historic day today, one of the things that we have corrected from our point of view is the transmission of information through the Keshe Foundation TV channel, which launched today. And thanks to all the knowledge seekers for making that possible, because all of us collectively did do that. And so we found that this is the core. The rotation is around the core. And as we seek our position, we create a dynamism. And so all this thing has to do with charges in motion, because energy is always in motion. And we find that this affects not only our physicality, but it affects our souls. It affects our emotions, and we go through various ranges. And so this is what we want to discuss today. Excuse me 1 second. Hello. We're only going to discuss book number 1 today, The Universal Order of Creation of Matter. Matter is kind of important. It's what we're all focused on at this point in time. And the thing that we're not focused on is the creation of the universe. But we know that the universe was created because, hello, we're here. We were born, and the universe was here before we were, so to speak. So we say, how is the universe created? And the universe exists from energy. And so fundamentally, energy is a charge in motion, and energy is always in motion. And so the key factor, energy and motion, these are the two keys. But we're looking at the singularity on the front cover, which has the force fields coming together. And the picture that you see on the front cover is actually not visible to the naked eye. But we find that there is a duality because energy is always in motion. And so today we're going to discuss a singularity before we get into the duality, because the thing is, we're going to see the difference between the old science and the new science. So we've taken to defining matter, and we find that matter is exclusively the manifestation of energy. But there's a small M matter, which is the old science, and a capital M matter, which is the new science. And both of these matters are actually a manifestation of energy. And so when we have a manifestation of energy, we say that it's binding energies together. And in the process of binding, we call that creation. So energy binding is actually creation. And this is the creation of matter. And so we have two types of matter plasma. And it's been very confusing because the small m matter state is the physical touchy-feely world that we live in. And we understand this totally. And it has to do with the x-axis in rotation. The field that we don't understand is the capital M matter state, which is plasmatic. And because we can't touch it, we can't see it. We provide a lot of resistance to it, but somehow we know that we can sense it. And so we're going to call that light matter. And we find that the convergence of matter in gravitational form is manifest as a neutron, and that is the core component. And so these energies that are floating through space, we call them energy packs. And so what they're looking is for some kind of interaction, and the interaction of these force fields. So the energy packs are actually parceling units that are themselves fields, but they are self-contained in singularity, and they're looking for a place to interact. And they do when they come together. And so we create the antimatter, dark matter, and matter. And that all has to do with balancing. And the balancing point is called the maggrav. But there's no such thing as antimatter, as there is no such thing as anti-gravity, because there only is. So there either is something or there's an absence of something, but there is no contra. So in other words, there is love, but there is no hate. Hate really is the absence of love. So the antimatter really is, in fact, is the principal matter. And because it's non-visible and non-tangible, so we don't recognize it as such, but it is. And so there's a progression from this principal matter to the light matter, and the light matter is the visible matter, the visible light spectrum. And there is a point in between, which is the transition. And depending on which way we go, it's either transition or transmission. And today we're going to discuss dark matter as transmission, because it involves rotation. And so the principal matter is the creation of the PM ticks, which is the energy packs that are floating through the universe. They have an interaction, create a maggrav, and that is the essence of creation. And so the question that we always have is, well, what is our point of view? Because our point of view is really what matters in this whole thing. And so we've discussed over the past 21 weeks that we are actually upside down in terms of our point of view, because we've looked at our point of view from the Earth's point of view. And the reality is that we have to look at our point of view from our point of view. That only makes sense. And so our point of view stems from the soul, and our manifestation is our physicality, and our manifestation is in this visible reality. And the connection is what we call the emotional state. And the emotional state manifests itself in plasma science in what we call the Gansen nanostate. And this is the transmission of energy. And so we find that when energy is moving through the universe and two forces come together, and we're not talking about armies, we're talking about energy, when they come together and they create a dance. And the first thing they do is when they have a nearness and proximity is they create this x-axis. And is that all they create? Well, somehow from there, we end up going into a plasma, which is at the core, the principle. And of course, the way the plasma is created is from this rotation. And then from that plasma, we go into a dynamic plasma, which actually transcends the boundary and goes into other dimensions. And so when we look at the basic teachings, which maybe let's go back to 2015, and we talk about star reactors and how they are created. So we're looking at physical balls that are rotated by physical motors, and they're filled with GANs, which is physical. But through the rotation of the x-axis of every one of these balls, they each create a plasma field. And then the combination of these plasma fields create a dynamic plasma field. And so what you have is the four aspects of the star formation create a fifth, if you will. In the process, we have discovered that we have a physical state, which we call the small lamp matter state. And we also have a Gans state, because the Gans is inside the balls. But each of these balls has a plasma state, which is created through the rotating field. And the combination of these fields creates a dynamic plasma state, which doesn't have the limitation. And depending on what we put in the Gans state, that field can emanate, and let's say, for argument's sake, 10 meters. But it could also emanate many kilometers. The point is that we've created a relationship between the gravitational and the magnetical. And so when we look at the dynamic plasma, and again, it's not a picture that we can see with the visible eye, but we understand that there are various components to this dynamic plasma. And so all of this has to do, what we're talking about today is exclusively rotation. And when we look at these fields and how they come together, and each of these fields individually have a rotation, and then collectively they have a rotation, and then they have a symmetry, and they have a rotation, and the combination of those, and they have a rotation. And wait a second, so what's going on here? So we come to a point where we're actually doing dimension building. And we went through this in a previous class, and we tried to show a pattern where we have a point, and we add another point and connect one. And we always connect one less than the number of points that we have. So the third point has 2 connections, the fourth point has 3 connections, and up to the 6th point, which has 5 connections. And then we ran a comparison to the various dimensions, starting with our Earth, which is the environment that we're involved with. And we went through the various plasma states, nanogans, plasma, and on to dynamic plasma. And we've seen we have various dimensions. And so the question is, can we have these dimensions within the one transmission dimension? And the truth in the plasma science is that there are relationships. And to have a relationship, you have to have 2. So how can we discuss singularity when we have a balance between 2, which in this case is the magnetical gravitational relationship, which we call a maggrav, at which point it is balanced. And so this is the same problem that we have with the scientific community and the spiritual community. they're operating basically in a singular fashion and they're mutually exclusive. And so what we want to look at is the connection between the two, and can we achieve a balance between the two? And so we find that one of the limitations is when we look at the singularity of the components. So when we look at the periodic table of elements and we try and identify electrons, protons, and neutrons, and then when we get into the biology of things and we try and identify the DNA, and we find that the DNA is quite complex. There are millions of combinations. In fact, more than millions of combinations, because we have more than trillions of cells in our body. And so we find that the DNA is actually a byproduct of the rotating field created through the star formation, which is created from the amino acid, which is created from the interaction of the plasma fields. And so when we discovered the DNA, which actually was only in the 1990s, and then we tried to sequence the DNA, the question, of course, was that the DNA in your right thumb is the same as the DNA in your left thumb. And if the DNA is the same in both thumbs, how come the thumbs are opposing? So really the definitive factor was not the DNA. And so that becomes a limiting component. But the thing about it is that the DNA is actually a two-way highway. And so there is, to maintain the DNA, there is a magnetical gravitational relationship. And we do find that the DNA is in a helical format. And this helical format is the same thing that we find on this Earth. And the thing about the DNA, of course, is that it is physical. So it manifests itself after the amino acids. So from the amino acids, they are the building blocks. And we find that one loop, one rotation is one beat, and one beat of one frequency. And so the scientific community has, through Max Planck, created a constant, and we call that each beat of frequency contains energy. And this is defined by Planck's constant. So we're not saying where this is constant, but what we are saying, we give a quantity and we multiply that times the frequency of an electromagnetic wave. And this has created a limitation on the scientific basis. And that limitation is extended to the argument with respect to relationships. Are we participants or are we observers? And is there a difference? And how is that possible that you can be an observer and extricate yourself from being a participant of this universe? If you did extricate yourself from this universe, where exactly would you be? And so we find that singularity actually doesn't really work. And then when you look at relationships, we get into the duality, but that doesn't give us all the context. So it's difficult to discuss this in science, but in spirituality, we call this the Holy Trinity. And this is great because it gives us a variety of dimensions. And so now we have a field to operate in, and we have some context. And this context establishes a relationship. So where exactly does the singularity come in? Well, it's not really anywhere near a Holy Trinity. So I think we're just going to call that the Holy Moly. What we're looking at is different relationships. And so we're looking at the balance between the scientific and the spiritual community. That's what we're up to. And so when we look at the scientific community, we've mastered the understanding of the conservation of energy, as we've seen through the limitation of the speed of light and Planck's constant. And we've also now been introduced to the conservation of magnetic fields, which is part of the plasma science, which is adding to the knowledge. And spiritually speaking, well, we have many, many discussions in many, many societies, but fundamentally, from a plasma science point of view, the spirit is the motor of the soul. And so when we look at these forces that are operating in the universe, we found that they are perpendicular forces. And so is it possible for us just to discuss one force, the x-axis, And when we look at the geometry of our existence, and our existence is very much attached to this planet, and so we look at the rotating of the equator, and that being the x-axis. And so before we get into that, Dino Crascadon, who was a famous Brazilian mathematician, did get to the point where he was able to discuss God as a set of mutually perpendicular lines of force oscillating upon themselves. So the oscillation implies frequency, and frequency implies rotation. Well, how do these forces rotate when we have perpendicular angles? And so what we want to look at is that we want to go from here to there, and there is an in-between. And so what are the paths that we go? So when we look at the basic old science and we find the crystalline formations, then we find to go from one point, we have a choice. We can go in 3 possible different directions. So I'm referencing the bottom left-hand point, and I want to go to the top right-hand point. And how do I get there? And if I follow the x-axis, I find that I cannot get there without making a perpendicular bend. And not just once, but twice. And so I find the path to go along this x-axis is kind of a crooked path. And is this why our society is out functioning that way? But not really. We're really looking for a plasma positioning, because as we go along these paths, we find that we can create other field conditions. And so we've defined these field conditions. When we look at the faces of this cube, we can find the center point, which is the balance point, and it's not necessarily in the center, but for discussion purposes. So we have a cube with 6 sides, so we have 6 faces, and we can center on these faces. But collectively, it is possible to only converge into the center. And it is also possible to have both. So in other words, to have face-centered positioning and body-centered positioning. And this all comes from the positioning of the energy that is in motion. And so if we just change our positioning slightly and we go from a cube to a hexagon, then we find how we can actually migrate through the periodic table of elements into various different elements and how they position themselves. And so when we look at magnets, which are a representation of magnetic fields, and we can't see these fields, but we can see the magnets. But we know the fields are there because we can feel them. And we know that opposite poles attract. And so we create this hexagon shape, and we can change the position by rotation. And so when we understand magnets, then we understand this Earth. This Earth is our resident magnet, and it rotates around the x-axis, and that is the equator. And it's not scrambled. It rotates every 24 hours. That is 1 beat frequency. That is 1 beat of energy. That is 1 rotation. So some things rotate faster than others. And so we find that we have different frequencies. We have different frequencies in our music. We have different frequencies in our light. And we have different frequencies in our events. But fundamentally, as these fields rotate, the basic rule is the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. So that is one of the beginnings of the energy in motion. But that energy in motion creates a rotating field. And so the balance of those two creates that McGrath condition, which is a rotating field. And now that field can be a giver and a taker. And so what are we giving and taking to? So when we look at the singularity and we say, well, before we can receive energy, we have to give energy. And where do we give energy to? Well, we can give energy in any direction. And where do we get the energy from? Well, we can get it in any direction. But the key point is, in order for us to maintain this rotating field in this balanced position, there has to be an exchange of energy, energy in motion. How much is this energy? It's a pack of energy. And how many times do we get this pack? Well, I don't know. You know, how big is large? And so that's the question. So when we look at large for us, the Earth is quite large, and anything that we create on this Earth is smaller than the Earth, but we create it basically the same way. We have a gravitational attraction, and this attraction creates and absorbs energy. And so before we absorb this energy, we have to emit that energy, and we call that magnetical. And the emission way that we do it is through repulsion. So the energy absorption and emission is actually repulsion and attraction. Attraction and repulsion between what? And it's between the magnetosphere, which is the rotating field around this planet, and the equator, which is the rotating planet itself. And so the energy is coming in, going out, going around, but sometimes it doesn't even stop and it goes right on through, and it follows a path. And it is this path which determines the susceptibility of whether or not this energy comes in, goes out, goes around, or goes through. And so when we look at the creation of a plasma field, and this particular picture of a plasma is not visible to the naked eye, but we are only discussing the x-axis today, which is a rotating field. And it is this rotating field which creates the whole picture. So not only do we have a rotating field that creates the magnetosphere, we have a rotating field that creates the core. And then we have an in-between of a rotating field. And the energy is being transmitted around and around through this field. And that's the point. When we begin our dimension building, we take one point. When we have a second point, then we connect once. If we were to grab one point then and swing this thing around, we could actually say that the Earth is the point that we grab onto, and the sun swings around, comes up in the morning and sets in the evening. But we find that the sun is going through dimensional change. It is in the morning, it is in the red shift. In the noon, it's in the blue shift. And in the night, it's in the red shift. But at night, it's not in anywhere. And so what we have is a sweep. The sun is sweeping through the sky, but we actually know it's not the sun that is sweeping, it's the Earth that is rotating around its axis. And then, of course, as we sweep with these 2 points, and we start with one on the left, and throughout the course of the day, it sweeps out to the evening, and in between are the rotating fields, the rotating plasma fields. But this is only half the picture. And so when we look at the rest of the universe, we find that it has the same kind of sweeping motion. And so this is a picture of the universe. And what we're looking at is the principal center, the magnetic field in the center of the universe. And there's a sweeping action that goes through. Starts on one side, goes through the other, and it does the same thing. It creates a rotating field. But you see, this is only half a picture. And as we discussed in a prior session, this is the way the old technology was being done. And the old technology only looked at half the picture. We've seen the star formation, and we created a plasma field, and we were able to manage lift and motion. And but we weren't able to talk about that. And however, we do know when we look in the universe that we see, wait a second, there's a rotating motion, and it's round. It's not just half a picture, and it's there, and it's created, and we can't seem to explain it. Or is it that we don't want to explain it? And so let's look at the total universe. And so we just see that there's an upper and a lower hemisphere And the center point is this principal universal line. And so we look at the fields that are going, and they are completely rotational. And this is the x-axis. And so what we're seeing is the manifestation of reality. So as two fields come together, they form another. And so the formation of any field is a manifestation. And it is the plasma feeding that leads to the manifestation. So the conclusion for the manifestation is now we have different possibilities. We have a non-tangible or tangible possibility. We have a non-visible or visible possibility. And we also have a plasmatic or physical. And so the determination is that there is actually a plasma reality and there is a physical reality. So the manifestation of whichever reality it is a form artifact. And the emotion of presence is a form artifact of this energy in motion. And it is this emotion of present, which is the connector between the principal matter and the light matter. And so when we look at the understanding of the plasma science, it is all based on attraction and repulsion. And it is through this attraction and repulsion action that we create a magnetical field. And so to balance that off, we create a gravitational field. And then the combination of the two indicate another field that is giving, that has the characteristic of giving and taking. And then the combination of that creates a Magrav condition. And it is from that field that we can either give and take energy to maintain that field, or we can give and take energy to another field. And this is energy in motion. And so when we look at the cups of life, and now we understand better what the cups of life really are. They are the cups of life, because when we look at the matter state and what we've done inside, and we see that we've just taken a zinc plate and a copper coil, which is in matter state, and we have a nano-coated copper coil, which is in nano state, and we don't look at the wires, we look at the fields. We create a magnetical field, and then we create a gravitational field. And what happens inside that cup? Well, we find there's an interaction of these plasmatic fields, and the higher strength feeds the lower strength. Which energy is that? That would be the nano-coated copper coil in the center. But what we are creating, we create a GANS, which is a higher energy state. And so this is the new plasma science. And then the two of these create a zinc GANS and a copper GANS, which that now has a relationship, and that creates a CO2 GANS. And that is the basis of the star formation. And from there, we create the amino acid. And thank God that oil and water don't mix, because we would just be bags of mush. But some of us are bags of mush because we're just all emotionally drained and just, we're just not anchored properly. And one of those things that anchors us is the second cup. And all we've done is we've changed the zinc plate to a copper plate. And so the same process happens in the second cup. We have a magnetical field, and then we have a gravitational field. And when we look at the relationship between the two cups, we find that one is emotional and one is physical. And if we want these cups to do a job individually, singularly, we have to keep them a meter apart. And we find that there's an interaction in both. They are creating fields, and they're operating the same way. And they have this magnetical field, and they have this gravitational field. And now we can discuss something that's very, very important. And we try to understand, if the higher energy feeds the lower energy, how does the one cup work with the magnetical field of the virus? Because the magnetical field is the weaker field. And then we find that the cup number one, which is emotional, drains, depletes the virus. And what happens with the second cup? Well, it's interesting because the second cup is dependent on the physical, which is of a weaker energy. And so how do we do that? Well, we convert that energy, and the byproduct is food. Isn't that interesting? And so this becomes our food. protein. Protein is the amino acid. The amino acids are the building blocks. And as we found out this morning, the virus that we're contending with is attracted to the amino acid. And this is a unique condition that is on this planet. And so these are the building blocks of life. And what is in between these amino acids, when they link up together, is they actually create a DNA. And we talked about that, the DNA, and that has to do with the rotation of the x-axis. And we find that when we get 3 DNAs together, or 3 amino acids together, they form a link, a chain, like a nanocoating. But the 4th one actually causes a folding over. And so this is the beginning of protein. And when we have the protein, we have the byproduct of water. And as the amino acids continue to build up essential fatty acids, we find the 2 essential fatty acids, when they link up, and they create an individual phospholipid. And when these phospholipids link up together, they create a field. And so we have found that we have heads, which are hydrophilic. In other words, they like water. And then we have tails, which are hydrophobic, and they don't like water. And it is in this convergence of these hydrophobic tails that we have a transmission. And this transmission is actually along these magnetical lines. It's the heads which are gravitational. So we find that the inside of the cell is gravitational and the outside of the cell is gravitational. The in-between is magnetical. And so we have these two opposing forces. And so when we look at our cells, we find that when the phospholipids totally encapsulate our cells and they are free from any virus which interferes, we have a basic balanced field. And that is the gravitational in the center and the magnetical on the outside. But there is a communication. And this communication is through the x-axis and the rotation of this field. That is what creates the balance point, the interaction of these fields. And we find now that contrary to the popular books that we see with over 4,000 different cases of cancer, very simply, cancer is a disruption of this intracellular communication. The cells communicate somehow so that they can allow energy to come in, go out, go around, and go through. And then we find that these cells work collectively and they form our body. And they're not individual, they work as a team and they communicate. And thank God they communicate, because we're having trouble communicating, but we have 70 trillion cells and they communicate very well because they do this through intercellular communication. But we find again, that cancer is a disruption of this intercellular communication. And so this disruption is disease. And now we can speak the truth. And when we put the 2 cups together, if we wish to do that and get a balance between the emotional and the physical state, we create the cups of man. And so the emotional being a stronger one is the gravitational taker, and the physical being the weaker one is the magnetical giver. And the balance of these 2 creates a magnetosphere, a magnetical balance, which dictates a gravitational balance. And now we have a representation of things, how we're working. And that's from a scientific standpoint. From a spiritual standpoint, we find the same thing happens. We're looking for our stairway to heaven. And so every Sunday we go to church, and it allows us to do whatever we want the other 6 days of the year, of the week. Sorry, that's not the way the universe works. The universe doesn't only work 1 day out of 7. The stairway to heaven is not up and it's not down. It's in. The stairway to heaven is in. Our soul is within. And our planet is on heaven. And so when we look at the susceptibility of energy transfer in this planet, And we see that when we look on the left-hand picture, we look at cup of life, we see the GANs in the bottom, and we see the rotating field being formed in the GANs. And then the picture on the right is the conclusion of a rotating field. And lo and behold, there's nothing there. There's nothing in the hole. But nothing is nothing. You see, something is always something. Energy is always positive, but it's something as opposed to something else. And so this is the nature of plasma. And so for the tsunami of new knowledge seekers that are coming, we have to be able to quickly and definitively let people know that plasma is a kind of energy state. And this discussion is pretty important. And as we looked at the various plasma fields, and as we proceeded through matter state to plasma state, we went through, excuse me 1 second. We went through various fields of interest. We mastered the transfer of heat and electricity. We've had interaction with nuclear physics. Every one of us, whether it's in the kitchen, in the backyard, or the garage, or in the basement, we are now involved with plasma physics. And as a collective, we can create a dynamic plasma field. But the thing about it is, those are the individual states. What we want to talk about is the transfer states. These are the ones that are transmitting the energy. Each one of these states creates a rotating field. And so we've had to turn this picture upside down, because literally as we go through the energy states, we go into higher energy states, and the higher energy states are gravitational. And we're going to make one other change. We find that the interactive energy transfer state of plasma state is the principal matter. And that principal matter is consisting of, we said, antimatter, dark matter, and capital M matter. Well, we're going to change that. We're going to call it principal matter, dark matter, and light matter. And we know what the matter state is. It's the lowest energy level. And we are plasma beings. And now we understand how we're kind of upside down. And when we look at the various rules, there are rules. But a lot of people look at rules as a way to limit. These rules are plasma rules based to guide the path. And the guide of the path is that energy states increase by at least an order of magnitude. And the higher energy states feed the lower energy states. But when we increase an energy state, that is called natural creation. And when we decrease an energy state, that is called natural decay. But when we retain an energy state, that is a catalytic or non-consuming way of exchanging energy. What is hard to understand is this energy transfer rate. That itself is a state in between, and it needs to be leaped over, what they call the quantum leap. But this is not just an easy leap. You see that the transfer state is higher in the plasma state than in the matter state. And how much higher is it? Well, it's higher by many orders of magnitude. So when we look at the plasma fields, we find that as we go through these matter states, as we go through these plasma states, the energy transfer state actually increases in size. And so we find that the energy transfer state to go from the matter state to the light matter state is a certain size, but it is smaller than to go to the dark matter state, which is smaller than to go to the principal matter state. And then to get into the dynamic interactive energy transfer state, it is the highest transfer state, and it is higher by many orders of magnitude. So we find that by transcending these various dimensions, we are able to draw in more energy more effectively. And we are able to do that within one dimension. So we're literally able to have multiple dimensions within the one dimension. And that is why I bring the subject up today, because the universal language on this planet is music and emotion. And the emotion is derived, we derive it from our sports team. So we like to cheer when they win. And when they win, well, then we like to dance, and we like to dance when we have music. And so all of this has to do with frequency, and all of this has to do with rotation. And so what we're looking at on this planet is the emotional and physical satisfaction. And then we are wondering, well, we understand that this is an earthbound condition. Would it apply in a spacebound condition? And the basic rules do. But the thing is, the limitation of the physical science, which is based on frequency and rotation, and the total dependence on the x-axis is limiting. The old physics is limiting, because we not only found out that the speed of light, as the old physics was talking and saying that's the maximum speed, we found out today, and we've been saying it for quite a while, that the speed of light on this planet has a maximum speed. And that maximum speed is a constant. And that constant, we found out, is determined by Planck's constant. But today we found that the speed of light varies by many orders of magnitude. Isn't that interesting? And another thing that we found with the old physics is that we can have shifts of energy without creating ice ages and tsunamis. And so we found that these are limitations that are imposed by the scientific community, but there are spiritual limitations as well. And so they've extended into the ethos of the universe. And so as we find that the energy limited by the light speed is now, we're able to travel beyond that, we're getting into different rules. And the thing is that life wants to live, and in order for it to do that, it has to incorporate morality, compassion, and courage. And these are the embodiments of creation. And so plasma absorbs fields, and plasma is a barrier of fields, and plasma follows the laws of the universe. The laws of the universe are plasma-bound satisfaction. And so through the Universal Body Enhancement Spaceships units, we will be delivering the plasma satisfaction through the restoration of emotional and physical vitality. And we will have to do that, you see, because all things are in combination. We can't just deal with the singularity. There is a magnetical pushing and a gravitational pulling, and it creates a Magarev condition. And next week, we will discuss this pulling and pushing. And so that gives us something to think about. When we do our soul meditation and we look at the star formations and how we were created, we understand that that is a pattern. And we can do that in our lives as well. We provide the pattern and we get the energy. And so this creation of energy can come in many forms, and you get to decide. And the other thing that we're doing is we're just the messengers of this information, because in order to be successful in delivering this information, we have to understand the relationship of peace and friendship. And today we have launched the KFTV, and this is where the limitations of science meets the limitations of the soul. And the limitation is only limited by the peace on this planet. And so now we understand, and now we have the capability of understanding that Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute is delivering plasma science in the public domain, and is asking for one thing only, and that is for the World Peace Treaty, not only to be signed with a pen, and that will be done hopefully on the KFTV channel, but also with our hearts and our emotions, because the physical and emotional harmony is important, not only for us, but it's also important for our vitality. And this is where the knowledge seekers actually become truth seekers. We're not here to expose any fault, failing, or weakness. God knows we have enough people doing that. But the question is, when you become a truth seeker, can you become a difference maker? You see, when we get this understanding within us, which is the dynamic plasma state within us, that is the universal language throughout this planet, throughout the dimensions on this planet, throughout the interplanetary dimensions, and through the universal community. The message is the same. Plasma science needs to be delivered in exchange for peace on Earth. Thank you. And thank you all for listening. Thank you all for taking time. And thank you, Mr. Kesh, for melting the sugar cube of censorship today. Over to you, Mark. Thank you so much for letting me do this presentation.
Thank you, Alex. If we go to the x-axis, you said that's more along the equator. So that's giving the, if I take the planet in its physicality, the planet rotates along the axis of the equator, which you're calling the x-axis. The y-axis would be not so much in the matter state, but in the plasma, where you have the magnetical sort of coming out of the North Pole and the gravitational going into the South Pole. Is that how you're seeing it?
That's how I'm seeing it. So we are looking at only one dimension. And what I've tried to describe today is how we can actually operate in multiple dimensions in that one dimension. And this is the limitation of our science. So what you have just described is next week's class, where we're going to be discussing the y-axis.
And that's what I was just going to ask you. So where does the y-axis come in? I know when we have a field, a plasmatic field has a directional motion, but if we have a plasma, we have a directional motion and a rotational motion. There's a big difference from a field state to a plasma. A field I kind of see as a cloud maybe moving, but when you have a plasma, you have the cloud moving, plus you have the rotational action.
Well, the rotational action is only one of the actions. There are many actions. So, you know, this is the problem that we're having. We're only dealing with, you know, one dimension. And, you know, how do we get into these other dimensions? So when we look at the Earth, for instance, and, you know, we say, well, it has a equator. And let me see if I can find this other picture.
And what is the y-axis, no, the z-axis, what is that trying to do, or how is this involved?
Well, that completes all the various dimensions, and that's the Holy Trinity, isn't it? So what is the difference between, say, the dimension of Saturn, or the dimension of Earth, or the dimension of Venus, or the dimension of the Sun, or the dimension of the galaxy? So all of this has to do with field strengths and our ability to maintain the balance of the magnetical gravitational forces. And so which direction are these magnetical gravitational forces going? And this is the thing. We are not looking at the total picture. We're looking at the individual picture of our tiny, perfect world, which we see as our existence on this planet. We now have new horizons.
So the z-axis encompasses the totality of the object?
Yeah, that's your field of reference. And is that a limitation based solely on the magnetosphere? And we find that when we get into the dynamic plasma, that it transcends into the other fields. And this is what we're talking about. We look at the plasma condition. And we find that each one individually has a dynamic field. And then collectively, they have a dynamic field. And so when you look at this dynamic field, you have the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere, and they come together. And it's very difficult for us to understand because, first of all, we had limitations in our education, and we don't have expansions in our education. So these forums, the Knowledge Seekers Workshops, the Spaceship Institute, and now Keshe Foundation TV is going to expand these educational opportunities. And so all of us are going to go through, shall we say, a shocking experience where we see that our tiny perfect world may be tiny and perfect for us, or may not be tiny, may not be perfect, but it definitely be tiny. And so the question is, how do we coexist? And what is the meaning of life? And what is the meaning of creation? And so by looking at exclusively the rotation of the field, we see the incompleteness of this picture. And the incompleteness gives us a direction in which way we want to learn. And so this is one of the benefits of being a teacher, because the limitations of my teaching is limited by my knowledge and my understanding. And so how do I progress from there? And so the way to do that is to understand where I'm lacking. And so that becomes an awareness. So in today's teaching, you've hit the nail on the head. We have a lacking in awareness of the total capability of the plasmatic fields. But the astounding thing is that we've managed to operate in our singularity and still have multiple dimensions. And so this is what we have to get our heads screwed around. We've always seen as multiple dimensions as something that is like in a Star Trek movie, or we've seen multiple dimensions when we go and discuss in our churches the spiritual aspects of it, and we start to substitute words in the wrong sentences, in the wrong context, and we get confused. And we're trying to clarify this picture. And one of the ways to clarify it is to, shall we say, organize what we do know and see the gaps. And it is in these gaps, the same way we have the nano gaps, this is where the energy will converge and the new knowledge will converge, because it's the gaps that allows this to happen. And the limitations of science did not allow that to happen. And the limitations of religions did not allow that to happen. If, you know, and from a religious standpoint, it was blasphemy. From a scientific community, if it wasn't verified and validated through man-made means, it didn't exist. So what? Love doesn't exist? You've got to be kidding. How can you say that? And how do you have the nerve to say that? And the reason you have the nerve to say that is because it's become socially acceptable. Well, only on this planet. It is not universally acceptable. And we will find that out because the universal community will not allow that. And even if we do decide to engage the universal community, we will quickly find ourselves to be alone in singularity.
I know Mr. Keshe said he's been speaking with NASA, not the lower ones at NASA, but the ones that are planning the next bigger mission, I guess, in NASA. So it's probably very valuable for them to start understanding what they're actually going out there and interacting with. Again, this is so vast, but I guess it's not so vast, but it just seems so vast. A lot of this is new to me.
Well, this is the point. This is, you know, if we have 300 million knowledge seekers and over 7 billion people on this planet, you know, we have our work cut out for us. And the thing is that we don't have to do this individually and in a matter state. We can do this plasmatically, and we can do this collectively. But frankly, this type of discussion that we're not having enough of these discussions because we're having too many distractions. But, you know, when we talk about the peace dividend and we talk about the viral dividend, the coronavirus dividend, you know, we are having a fantastic opportunity, because what that is showing is the deficiencies of the systems that we have in place. And not only are those deficiencies affecting our, shall we say, viral limitations, but diabetes, cancer, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, these are new discussions that we're going to have. And why not? It affects, they say 50% of the population is going to be affected by cancer. Why can't we discuss this? I can't believe that we're still discussing this. I found out the answer 30 years ago and we're still discussing it today. So there are people, as they say, they're paid to do research. And they say, jokingly, they're not paid to find the answers. They're only paid to look for the answers. Well, I'm glad they're so happy. I hope I wonder which 50% they're going to be part of. But that's their choice. It's not my choice. That's why I'm here. And that's not our choice. All of us are here for that reason. Today is a very historic day.
So the creators in every dimension we can think of or find.
They are what?
The creators in every dimension we can think or find in the universe. And that's why we have to tread ever so lightly. Because I guess we're interacting with the creator wherever we go. Or whatever we do.
Know, so yes, you're correct. But the thing is, this treading lightly has to do with the timidity. And, you know, we have this double talk in our society, you know, this, what do you call it, pacifist activism, you know, like that's just not possible. We have to have the courage to act. And you can't have the courage if you don't have the grounding, you know. And the grounding, actually, you know, when you say, well, have a spine. And, you know, so many of us all have a spine, but we act in a spineless manner. And the reason we do that is only through lack of knowledge. So when you discover the new knowledge, how did you feel? I know how I felt. And you wouldn't want to talk to me for a week, because when you find out the truth, you know, it shakes you. It really, really shakes you. And when you don't have, you know, mommy around to tell you, and your social circle doesn't want to talk about it, you know, you're kind of have to go with the flow, you know, go along to get along kind of thing. But, you know, each one of us is connected to our soul, and our soul is connected to the universal law. And so we have this delay in consequences where we have an opportunity to ignore our soul. And we do that at our own peril, because when we actually come in contact with our soul, we get the kind of scolding that we don't really want. But we deserve it. Because when you ignore your soul, you know, you're just basically denying your existence, and you're denying the creator and denying the creation. And that's as dumb as it gets. So we have a new opportunity, and it's about time.
The farther I go, the less I think I know.
It's so true.
And it's true. Exactly. So
It's true.
if we were to take one of these meteors, and I know Mr. Kesh says many times not to disturb a soul in motion, would you consider inside the meteor or the asteroid, these souls are in motion? Would it be our right or our ability or to release these souls to be able to manifest in the matter state? Is that our choice? Or are they waiting for that? I know Mr. Kesh said in the video that maybe the children, our children or grandchildren, will return some of these objects to where they belong in the universe.
So the manifestation you're talking about is in the physicality. And we have a plasma manifestation, a plasma reality. And that plasma reality transcends the physical reality. It puts us into a higher energy transfer state. And this higher energy transfer state connects with our soul. And so our soul is operating on a truthful basis. So these beings, in whatever state they're in, they also have a soul. And it is through the soul that manifests the rest. So if the souls agree, then that shall pass, shall we say. But until then, there has to be a maturity. And so we find that the maturity is the acceptance of the morality. There's a universal law and there's a man-made law. And to believe that the man-made law is superior when the purpose of the man-made law is to put limitations. The purpose of the universal law is to be able to navigate through the unlimitations. It's the same word, but opposite connotations.
Would anyone else like to bring up a thought or an idea or perhaps ask a question?
Yes, please. It's Salomea. Hello,
Hi there.
Mr. Alex. Hello, everybody. First of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Alex because he make order in my knowledge concerning plasma science, the science of the soul. You are my first love teacher who did this for me, and Mr. Kesh did for the soul because I came late on this on your teaching when Mr. Kesh did only for soul teaching. But you put all together, and now I am able to have a global image of this knowledge. Today, a colleague, a knowledge seeker from the team of education, my team, called me and kindly asked me to ask you what is the difference between matter with big M and matter with small m, and to give example. Would you be kind to answer to this question? Thank you.
Certainly, I think this picture is quite indicative of that. So we have the rotating balls, which are physical. That's your small m matter state. And we have the GANs inside the balls, which is also physical in the matter state. But they create an energy field. And that energy field is created through a balance of fields. And that balance of fields is between the magnetical gravitational structure. And so within there, each rotating field, because of the GANs is a gas as a nanosolid, it draws in a plasma state. And that plasma state is the balance of a plasmatic energy field that is drawn in by the balance between the magnetical gravitational fields. And so to create that rotation, the gravitational field is at the core and the magnetical field is at the outer boundary. The collection of these four fields that you see in this particular picture is a star formation, and the center creates a dynamic plasma field, which is non-physical and it's non-visible. And the dimensions of this plasma state are variable. And so, for instance, the reactor in my home is emanating 10 meters in radius. So in other words, it's 20 meters in diameter. So the dynamic plasma field is capable of exceeding beyond the physical boundary. And if you were to draw an imaginary line around the plasma states of the individual balls here, then you create a boundary, and this would be like the boundary of the planet, the magnetosphere of the planet. Well, the dynamic plasma field will go beyond that. And so that is the basis of the transmission of energy, and that is the basis of communication. And so we have to understand that when you and I communicate, you listen with your ears and I communicate with my mouth, but the medium is words that are man-made. But there's a thought that comes from those words, and that thought is in the plasma state. And if you're open to that, then that thought will fill out the picture, because the dimension of the thought is in a higher transfer state than the words, which are in a small m matter state.
Yes, thank you. I understood. And next question is, when you will teach for a TV channel? When you'll start to teach? Do you know?
Well, I have completed the 21 classes, and right now I'm in the process of cleaning up the classes, transcribing, and presenting them to the individual language communities. So we have completed for this week the first class, which was titled Basic Plasma Teaching Terminology. And as you know, we have 21 classes to go. So, you know, it's probably take me a couple of months to complete that job, unless I can improve my efficiencies. But and then the question becomes after that is where do we go from there? The whole purpose of these teachings is to allow new knowledge seekers to learn in short order. And when I say short order, in the Keshe Foundation archives, we have well over 3,000 hours of teaching. So you can go through that individually, or we could streamline it. And I'm not the only one. We have excellent teachers in many different languages. And, you know, the first one that comes to mind is Lisa and Jim out of Australia. And they have a very powerful group down there that has been doing this for many, many years, and they're well advanced in terms of their knowledge. But they're also capable of providing the basic teaching. So there's no one way to provide the basic teaching. But, you know, the goal is not just that, it's to bridge to the next teaching, because we are now in a new state. And to make a long story short, March 21st, today, is the watershed. We've gone over on the other side. There's no going back. And we have to look at the future. The future is very bright. We have many fields of interest to be involved in. We have many job opportunities, and we have many, many things to clean up, because we've made a mess. We've made a mess. And there aren't enough towels to clean up the mess. So there's lots to do, and it's a very exciting time.
Well, I hope you haven't.
Can we help you somehow, knowledge seekers?
Yeah, yes, absolutely. We have many groups in many languages. I believe within the next week or so, we will have 25 groups pushing. So, and that's, that's really just the beginning. It's not who we are, it's who we are going to be. That's the answer.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, do any of the other participants have a question or something they'd like to voice, perhaps, in relation to what Alex just presented or what you saw in the video, or on a totally different subject? I hope you haven't tongue-tied everyone, Alex. I know you're trying to open everything up, but it's awful quiet in here.
My brain is empty.
Good day to all, Alex and everybody. I have two questions, if it's possible.
Nice to hear from you.
The first question is where I find in the archive of television what it's making today and yesterday live. This is the first question.
You're saying, where do you find the archive?
What it's starting today at 11:10 Central European Time in KFTV.
I don't know, Mark. Do you have that answer?
I don't know what's. You're saying at 11 p.m. today?
Yes, in the transmission of Cash Television.
I didn't see that. What did it say?
No, I think what he's asking is, Ballas, you missed this morning's presentation. Is that correct?
No, I don't miss, but I want to translate a piece of this for knowledge seeker from the other language.
So everything is shown you, and so I'm sure that question will be answered, very shortly, because as far as I understand, it's video on demand. So I haven't had a chance to demand that yet.
Nan, I think it's been put out in a Vimeo, but you're not supposed to give the link to it to people, as far as I understand. But there is a Vimeo of, I think, what was put out today.
Okay, thank you. We are figure out how to work.
But if you look in the chats for maybe Brazil or One World, you'll probably come across it. Let's put it that way.
And so for translating purposes, we won't have that Google Translator anymore, or will we? I know for me, it does make it easier to do transcribing when you have a basic sentence there. Are we going to include that with some of these things, where the words are sort of roughly put out so they can be corrected or punctuated?
Well, remember, Mark, we're going to have multiple languages. We have 24 hours, 7 days a week to transmit. So I think we're just like one step ahead right now before we can answer that question. That is the ultimate goal. is to be able to transcribe everything.
Okay, we are figure out the second is possible second question.
Of course.
Ballas, please, yes.
Okay, you in the slide you are saying everybody. We are looking and seeing the matter state. In that moment, I have one. It's not the problem. It's one way to look, because I remember Mr. Cash saying, "It's not matter inside of cups," because everything who consider like a copper or zinc in the matter state, it not exist because it's inside of field of nanocoating of the soul, let's say. Matter is not matter. It's other, it's plasma, it's fields, it's other, it's no more matter. Because it's inside of, let's say, nano copper, nano state, inside of fields. The second part of my thought is every element in this planet, it's embedded in this field of soul of the planet or soul of the universe or system, solar system, or even in soul of hydrogen or my soul, myself, my soul. Everything I don't in this moment, I don't look like a matter. I look like a plasma state because it's no more matter.
So you're 100%. You're 100% correct. You
Can
see,
every
because
matter have? Sorry, go ahead. Continue.
oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. But
No, don't worry.
the thing is that the substrate, the substructure, is a plasma structure. So the physical can only manifest from the plasma state. The physical cannot manifest without a plasma substructure. The plasma substructure can retain in a plasma state. So in other words, when looking at this particular picture, the plasma state is plasmatic. Well, all these states are plasmatic, but when we're referring to a plasma state for this discussion, that is the field strength as a balance of the magnetical gravitational star formation that we see that is created by the rotating field. So that becomes the plasma state based on each individual position. The dynamic plasma state is the combination of these four plasma states. They come together collectively and they create another core position. And that core position then creates a higher energy state, which now transcends the boundaries of the original magnetical gravitational formation created by the star formation. The matter state and the GANs, they are physical. They are physical manifestation. You can see the GANs. You can see the GANs in your cups of life. And there were physical GANs put into these bowls. And these bowls are physical. But the substructure that created this physicality comes from a plasmatic state. And this is what we have to recognize, that all four of these are from a plasmatic reality. The manifestation into physical reality only pertains to the physical matter state and the physical GANs state. So we are looking at it from the bottom to the top. We want to elevate ourselves. No, we are plasma beings. What we need to do is be aware and understand that when we look at the Holy Trinity, when we look at the formation of whatever we have here, we are not only the observer, we are the participant. We must be the participant. We cannot extricate ourselves from the universe. We are part of the universe. We are part and parcel of the universe. And as such, we are the form artifacts of the energy in motion. That was really a great question. Thank you.
everything is the same, only the point of view is changing. I change from 1 second to the other, or from 1 year to the other, not by passing the time, for accumulating the knowledge and what is it, and it's never end. Mr. Kesh saying it, I am the end, and I am the beginning and the end. It's no exist the end and beginning, because it's everything is in the, let's say, in the the circle of life. A little bit of piece of me become dust to the others, or no, I'm not the star. But I remember what Jalal saying, always you have the position, something below and something up. Like you are saying, we have the position between something else. It's very beautiful when Mr. Kesh explained how we are passing to the matter to the plasma, to the north and northern salt, alkalinic and acidic. Is the same thing, but it's point of view of understanding. And I close my mic. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much. That was excellent. So, Mark, I was very glad to see the tremendous effort from the family on the island of Hawaii.
Definitely. That was a beautiful, beautiful video. They've been around, she said, since about 2015, but apparently she didn't get it as much as the husband understood more. But apparently she was explaining today when there was some turpentine or paint thinner spilled and he cleaned it up with the CO2 and there was no smell, she said, that's when it clicked with her that there's something to all this that her husband was talking about. And then, of course, it just flourished from there, from the chicken to the children to making cups and sharing in the community, producing light, and so on. So she said, we're still growing and we're still trying to understand more. And we're hoping to have an interview with her husband at some point. I think Ed may conduct that. He might be a little camera shy, but he seems a very beautiful soul. And I sense that in the video, as probably many did. But it's affected their whole family in a very positive and beautiful way. And they're totally off grid, I guess.
Yeah, well, we're at the point now where we don't normally, we don't have to say, I wonder, if it's possible. It's already past tense. That's not where the issue is. Not only how do we, move our society, but how do we individually move? And which moves first. So, there's two schools of thought. We follow the pattern of the 100 monkeys, and we just wait for so many countries to move ahead before the rest of us say, oh well, I guess we better move. Or the the one thing that I would have always been excited about is to be the first. And, you know, first is taken. I believe Iran is the first. So, you know, and congratulations to them. But, you know, they paid a huge price. And we're also paying a huge price. And the souls cannot handle that because the souls will not carry abuse. And so that's why today was such a special day. Because we now have a vehicle to be able to stop the abuse. And it's not to put a stop sign up or to stand in the middle of the road with a blockade. And that's the old school. Is to open up a new road, pave the new road. This is one of the things that, you know, I was very excited about YouTube. We had so many civilian journalists coming on, and we found that, you know, really their commentary wasn't original. They were just basically parroting the commentary of others and paraphrasing it possibly. And generally speaking, it was all a practice of clickbaiting so that they could get that number of subscribers up and monetize basically their channel. And so there's no information. It really boils down to entertainment. And it's not entertaining to listen to people crying of all ages. It's not entertaining to know that old and decrepit are two words that we keep using in the same sentence. In fact, it's for me, it's gotten to be boring. And you know, my own personal story is I struggled 8 years with cancer in my family, and then all of a sudden, boom, we found the answer, and we weren't struggling anymore. And you have no idea what a relief that is. But the realization that the system that you believed in broke down. And the belief that the reason that the system broke down was not because of a lack of knowledge, but a willful and skillful denial of knowledge. And that, you know, you were the game. You were the one being played. You were the suckerfish. And so that is a shock. And there'll be many be going through that shock. Because one of the motivating factors, of course, is to be able to live the life. And that limiting factor, of course, is physically is money. And so money is good. But, you know, if you have excess money and you put that money in the bank, then you really don't know the value of money. We have an opportunity to eradicate hunger and poverty on this planet. We have an opportunity to establish the freedom and emancipation of humanity, which has been a constant struggle. And the reason it's been a constant struggle is because we've never matured to the point where we understood that we are not entitled. We are entitled insofar as we have access to the universal benevolence. But we can't sit like a bump on a log and expect to be served. It's not the way it works.
Well, the whole stage has been set with this corona, and now with the emergence of the television station, it's a beautiful combination. I think this is going to launch many people into the, because it's on everybody's mind. It's have taken over businesses and so many other things that people are not begging for a solution, but within them, I know they are. Even though you talk to them and they, you know, believe in the mask or this and that and so on and so forth. But deep in their soul, I sense that they're hoping something would come to provide relief. And I think this cup of life is going to be the first step and bring us this dividend of this introduction to the technology. As Mr. Kesh said many years ago, people would accept this technology not out of the love of it, but out of the fear of their own demise. And I think we're right at that point now. I know that the cup of life will be taught and throughout on the television station. So once 1 and 2 and 3 and a family member here, we're going to have the same stories all over the place. And then they're going to be looking deeper into it. And especially when they start to see some of the studies from China and other places, interspersed, of course, with the hovering car and many other technologies that will, once they've gotten over the corona, so to speak, I think it's unlimited where we're going to go. And not everyone, of course, there'll be many naysayers and so on, because this is just such a fantastic story that it's, again, out of the matter state in so many ways. And we're all so physical that it will be a little hard, but when you see the results in your family and yourself and your children, I don't think they'll be denying it, which will be part of the peace dividend. We can move into even a higher level of showing the knowledge.
Well, from a Canadian point of view, I don't share that optimism with you. The optimism that I foresee is that there is a vast percentage of the population that is crying, and I mean literally crying, hoping for this, shall we say, transformation. And so they will be open to it. There is a vast part of the population that is oblivious to it, and that's a sad part about it. What I've come to realize is that I can't choose who who will see the light of day, so to speak. So all I can do is offer. And where the hurt comes in is not in the hurt of those who have the opportunity through the nearness and proximity or the good fortune to be told about it. What hurts is those who don't have the opportunity and the nearness and proximity. And so that will have to come about through different means. And I have the total confidence that it will happen because, I personally have gone through that experience. And, it was amazing at the bottom of my life, at the age of 40. And, when you in conventional terms, I would be considered very young. And to see, you're making plans for leaving this planet, not on your terms. That was really tough. And somehow things changed. And they changed so quickly, it was absolutely amazing. And then the truth comes. And you say, well, wow, I wanted some knowledge, but did I need to know the truth? And now that I have the truth, what do I do? And so I had to confront myself. And that's what I did. And you know what? The rest was history. And I'm so happy. And I have the opportunity to share this with others. And if they take it, I'm thrilled. And if they don't take it, I'm sorry. But I'm sorry for that. We have an opportunity to make peace on earth and to fulfill all of our ambitions to have health, happiness, and heaven. We have that capability. It's in our hands. It's amazing. It's wonderful and it's gratifying.
So once they see the vertical enhancement unit, they'll definitely be elevated, realizing you can go into a system you've tested maybe positive before, 5 minutes or a few minutes later, you come out and test negative. And then we can equate that vertical enhancement unit in a simpler way with the cup of life that everyone can do in their home. So if we were to say it delivers the same thing, maybe over a little longer time, but it's basically the same principles apply, where you can do this right in your home. So they'll see this on television with the doctors or wherever it's going to be shown, and then introduce the cup 1 and 2 and saying this is a simpler copy, let's say, of the vertical enhancement unit, which you can apply for €1 wherever you are on the planet. And I think this will be a very empowering and elevating feature for the Keshe Foundation.
Yeah, you understand it's a two-way street. It's not just for the Keshe Foundation, but it's for this planet as well. So, you know, the giving and the taking goes both ways. And then we're not the only we're not the only answer. Yeah. But frankly, the solution transcends many fields of interest. So whether it be health or environment or whatever, but you know, the basic problem that we have on this planet is the creature comforts which we have, clean air, clean water, clean food, are being hampered, limited, and polluted indiscriminately, skillfully, willfully, and you know, it's just unconscionable. So you know, the only way it is conscionable is not to be connected to the soul, because the soul works on an unconscious basis, and the unconscious will not allow the conscious to conduct itself that way. So there has to be a disconnect, and then at some point in time there will be a connection, and that would be very, very painful. But for the rest of us, now that we have an opportunity on how to rectify that, but you see, the thing is that if you take those three pollutions, air, water, and food pollution, which are providing the necessities of life, and you find that the quality of life is hampered through mental pollution. The mental pollution is the worst. And so the mental pollution comes from the interaction of the family, interaction of the society, and also from the interaction of the soul of the body and the soul of the man. Your own interaction, it creates a mental pollution. And so there's an interaction within, and what we call the intracellular communication. And then there's a connection with the other fields, intracellular connection. There's a soul connection, collective soul connection. And then there's a universal connection. And so what do we want to take into account, and how much do we have to take into account? The number one question that I keep getting hammered with is, what's that got to do with me? Well, I don't know. Clean air, clean water, clean food. I don't know. It beats me. It has no connection, obviously, with you. You're not just you know, you're not a passenger on the planet. You're a baggage. And so, you know, we all make our choices. But frankly, the universe, you know, once I found out that the universe was a benevolent place, you know, it allowed me to sleep in peace, because, you know, this whole business of being God-fearing, that's got to be, you know, that's like religious war, you know, that just doesn't fit. You know, why would you fear the creator? The creator created you. You know, did you violate the creator? Oh, well, you know, then you have a reason to be God-fearing, I guess. But you are the creator who was created, and so you're creating a mess. So really you're fearful of yourself, and that we have to overcome. And for some of us, we have to be massaged into that, because the shock would be too great. But once you open up yourself to the possibilities of the universe, that's all the massage that you really need, because the plasma is the substructure of the physical state. So once you get the plasma reality set up straight, anchored, functioning properly, the physical state follows. It's a really beautiful thing, truly wonderful. And we should all be not only grateful, but which is understandable, but you know, we should accept it and utilize it, because that's what it's there for. It's for our benefit. So when we find out the truth, can we make a difference? Well, that's the next step, isn't it?
I'm looking forward to seeing people with a spray bottle in their hand rather than a mask on their face. And I think they're going to feel very empowered, that they know that they can drain energy from a virus. This has all been kept from them for almost a year now, over a year. And such a devastating crisis, you think somewhere, some way it would break through, you know, in the conventional structure that we have, but not a peep, hardly a peep about it.
Well, I think, what is it March break now in Daytona?
Yes, I think I read some of the students were down there.
Yeah,
Yes,
so,
and they declared a state of emergency and bought the troops and a bunch of stuff out because of all the destruction. That's the last piece I seen this morning. And I think we should congratulate every single knowledge seeker for breaking the internet system when we launched KFTV and broke all the servers. That's how we teach the world about plasma science and living nuclear GANs reactors.
And your voiceover was very nice, Randy.
Thank you, Mark.
yeah, if I may say, the Canadian team made a beautiful presentation. Congratulations, guys. Hats off to you.
It was a team effort, Alex. It took all of us, all our minds, all our energies to put it together.
Oh, I know how hard you guys worked. I watched the whole thing go down, and it was just absolutely wonderful, you know. And it's for the longest time, I'm proud to be a Canadian.
Would anyone else like to come in? Please feel free. We're all equal on this platform, and no one is going to be offended, or don't feel that you'll show the weakness in your knowledge by asking a question or making a statement, because there's no judgment here.
Hello, Alex. Hello, Mark. Hello.
Yes,
Can you
dear.
hear me?
Yes.
Oh, oh, salam, namaste, salute, my dear Alex, my dear Mark. And I would like to thank you from the core of my heart and soul for beautiful teaching, beautiful presentations. And I especially thank you from my core, the core of my heart and soul. And it is a deep, deep emotion. I mean, just now I'm feeling about, and I want to say, my Messiah, I love you, and we love you all from the core of our heart and soul. And of all the hard work, the core team of Keshe Foundation, and the knowledge seekers have presented. And this is what we learn about the stone that in the presentation, Mark, that in the Himalayas, there are stones that in the space of and time, they have moments in them intact. And these come out in the way of little herbs or big herbs of immortality. It is famous in India, in stories of India, in the epical stories of India. And this is how everything is so living. And if we leave somehow, as we are preparing us to leave, to ascend with the position of earth, and the earth became again like somehow a pieces of stone with all the living being intact. Those are in between. So we can say that everything is living. And now with the Keshe Foundation TV open, I will say that when Masaya was talking, I just wanted to hug him, and it was so lovely and beautiful to see him and everybody. And uh, I am, when I was seeing the television broadcast, I felt myself like a child, innocent child, uh, uh, just started again receiving all the love. And when I asked from myself, and the job is? And the job is love everybody, every time, all the time. That is the job. Say some poetry to somebody, or hug somebody who has been never hugged before. So these are the jobs or the services will we happen to, and the world leaders will sign the peace treaty, and all the beautiful things are coming. And as from my point of view, as Balis said, it is so beautiful to be in love again, to fall in love again, to be in the condition of love again, as we are all connected again, as we are before, when the civilization was there and the technologies were there, and then when they were connected with the universal community, and then and somehow we were deep down fall in ignorance because of many things, and then again we are coming in contact with each other and in building this energy to ascend to the dimension of peace, love, and light. And thank you for letting me saying my words. Thank you so much, my dear Masaya. I love you so much. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Randy. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. Salam, namaste, salute.
It's a pleasure to hear your beautiful voice, and knowing that it's so late where you are, and it's an honor that you're here, especially as a member of the Universal Council.
Oh, thank you, Alice. I'm so blessed. I am even here. Thank you for receiving me. Thank you.
And there is much knowledge in India in many of these old texts that I think we'll be able to open up and talk very freely about, and not put it down like some fairy tale or something.
Yes. I can I share a little story from Panchatantra? There is a time?
Of course.
Oh, thank you. This is all stories, but they were written by wise men of ancient time, and there are always knowledge everywhere. But the thing is, we are in ignorance. People now are living in big ignorance here in India, especially, I will say. But this story is about that when there is everything, you have nothing to do. I am only sharing the wisdom of services. There was a king in India, where there was a king, you can say, because it is referring to India. I will say there was a king living in India, very truthful and good and innocent, and whatever you can say, the lots of money and a big kingdom. But even he has all the gold, all the treasury, all the thing. Even people loved him. His people who loved him, his population. But still, he has a master who teaches him every time, and he shared his emotion knowledge to him, and he always give him and enlighten him. But still, one day he talked to his master and says, "My master, I cannot sleep. I cannot sleep all the night. I cannot sleep at all. Why? Why this is so?" The master says, "Okay, you have been complaining that you are not sleeping. You have not comfort in sleeping. Then say, can you do one thing? Uh, thank you, Beatrice. Can you do one thing? Give me your kingdom. I will be the king, and you will serve. You will serve. That is your services. You serve the population and do your work as in need." So one day the king goes to work, whatever work he wants to do, and then he come back and sleep. The second day he again gone and come back and sleep. And the guru comes on the master comes on the, I will not say guru, the master comes on the third day and asks the king, "Are you sleeping?" The king says, "Yes, I'm sleeping, my master. I do my services and I go and sleep in peace." So the king says, "That is the thing you have to do. You have to take the responsibility of the population. You have to take the responsibility. You have to understand the responsibility. You never understood that. Now you understand. You are sleeping in peace. Take your kingdom and have the responsibility. Understand, feel the responsibility as our leaders and the kings and the queens must do." So this is a story of wisdom, that even if you are in services and is responsibility taking responsible all the responsibility of the services, that it is done, and you will feel the peace. As after the knowledge we gain, after the knowledge of Keshu Foundation, the ethos, we learn the ethos of the universe. Now we know the peace. We explain the peace to somebody else. The soul is explainable. The physicality explainable. The interaction of love is explainable. So the love is a way of dharma, and love is also a karma, and love is also the beauty and totality. Now we can explain. So this is the responsibility for us. Then go, speak love, teach love, and receive love. So this is the story I want to share. As is it good or any? Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for enlightening us. So the king couldn't sleep, even though the people were happy with him, he couldn't sleep?
Yes. Yes, even though the people were happy, but he wasn't doing anything. But in practical, I mean, his servants are doing, his diplomats are doing, but he was sitting always with the pleasure around, and even that they didn't bring him any pleasure. The thing is, if I am the king, I have to go for the services from my soul aspect. Otherwise, there will be no understanding of peace, no understanding of the totality of the beauty. So it is the point of view, it is the I am doing. The king is in physicality is a king, but still he is a being of I am, craving for love and everything. But he was given all this in physicality, but he couldn't understood that. That is the thing I want to say. That if I am the king, I have a kingdom, and the peace treaty I have signed, not for me, just for me. I have signed it for all those who wants to be in peace. So that is the population. That is the kingdom of mine. And I am the king. I am the queen. So this is what I want to share. Mark?
So he found something to serve rather than something that served him, and that provided that satisfaction.
Yes, the satisfaction.
As we're being taught, yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes, I think there's many beauties in India that'll be uncovered. For some reason, I just have that sense that there's so much knowledge and so many beautiful people there that they're more than happy to share once they get relieved of this, not only the COVID, but the economic conditions that many are subject to.
Yes, I will also add, Mark, that in India, the height of corruption is very high. But as the peace treaty will be signed and the truth will come out as a history, lied and unspoken, people will know the actual knowledge of the epics written. Say it Ramayana, say it Mahabharata. These are all world books. These are not only belongs to India. This belongs to whole population of the world, the universe. These are universal books. So I will say that the people of the leaders and politicians of India, if not, you have to sign the peace treaty. It is compulsory, emergence, and they will enlighten the people when the truth comes out. Like the stone giving a moment to the herb of immortality. This is not a story. In the Himalayas, even in the mountains around us, have special herbs growing out of the stones. Those who heal so many diseases, and some are like being said as immortals. Flower of immortality, leaf of immortality, herb of immortality, plant of immortality. So they are coming out of the stones, living. So this is what I want to say, that the truth should come out and people should know the truth unspoken. What is Ramayana is all about, and what is the story? Is there was an India before or not? What is there was? And that is the way I prefer. I understand, and I wish for the population of India to come out of the ignorance as early as possible. Thank you, Mark, for appreciating us. Thank you so much.
Thank you for sharing, enlightening us, and elevating us, Shweta.
Good night, everybody. Sorry if I move, I'm doing exercises. Now that it's telling you about the emotions, today was bigger than I ever thought. I was just so joyful, and my heart was full of joy. It was really this spring celebration in my home. And seeing Mr. Cash, although I'm talking about the COP and all that, after all that thing about YouTube, it was just in another dimension for me. And I got a lot of confidence that maybe this year we get to the objective of no hunger and everybody with a shelter. And that gave me a lot of confidence. Why not this year? So thank you, Mr. Cash. Thank you, everybody who worked on that. Everywhere behind the scene. And the Iranian group was I was so happy to see the Iranian group to declare the television. And it was just more than real for me. I thank anybody, and especially Mr. Cash, for all the hard jobs he's doing all the time for us. And thank you, everybody. Everybody, all of knowledge seekers. We were continuing, sometimes the flame was low, and now the flame is up again, and it's going to continue in masses. Thank you, everyone. Thank us.
We share in your appreciation, Myrnas.
I'd like to share with you some thought. I think that it's important for humanity to follow the ethos of our Keshe Foundation. starting from Zoroastrianism, to be good, to speak good, to think good, to do good. And it will be enough to achieve peace. What do you think? It will be enough, or do we need more?
Well, I think it goes back to the soul level. Mr. Kesh said, even if we did bring peace on this planet and we did not elevate the soul properly, I guess within 100 or 200 years, we'll be right back in the same condition, that it wouldn't last. So there has to be an upgrading of the soul of the man at some point, or all of us at the same time, or some individually elevating the others. I'm not sure, but if that doesn't take place, we will revert back to our old ways. So there's something more with the soul that needs to be elevated, and maybe it'll just happen. I'm not sure. But again, the politicians will be asked if they've been processed through the universal unit. This will be one of the major concerns of the voters or the citizens. To have a leader is to want them, once they understand the universal enhancement unit, that they have been processed. And that may be a winning ticket, so to speak, for them, winning to serve more.
Yes, thank you very much. But I think that it will be better without leaders. How we need peace, but if we have leaders which compete for power, this struggle will not make peace. Can we imagine a world without the leaders? And to be
Yes.
our own leader.
Yes.
Soul to conduct, to guide us, our own soul.
Well, Mr. Kesh referred to having one of these units on every corner of this planet, so they'll be readily available over time for people to reach that, where you don't need the leaders, you don't need the borders, because everybody will understand and know what correct behavior is and actually do correct behavior.
For me, the world, the mankind is but one country, and we are the citizen of the world. I feel like this in my soul. I consider myself citizen of the universe and of the planet first. I feel like this. I never feel other way. I was born with this feeling. I don't know how, but maybe it was in my DNA.
Well, I've thought something similar, where I felt I couldn't get the world peace going here, so I would have to go out and create my own solar system or something like this to then create something that was just and correct. And I had that feeling for many years, but now we're going to deliver it here. I didn't know how I was going to achieve that, or even if it was possible, but I know through the teachings now that is very possible. As Mr. Kesh said, about the soul that created this particular planet. Where was he? Or what sort of creation did this create from that particular soul that created this particular planet? And I could have it wrong, but that's my understanding of the teaching. And so we don't want this kind of situation throughout the universe anymore. But apparently it has been happening, and there's probably a lot of creations out there that are in the same condition, where a soul that wasn't, let's say, perfect, ended up carrying the creation forward. And this is what it leads to, as I see it. And again, this is only my understanding from the teachings. So in this condition, I wouldn't wish this planet on anyone, per se, until we get it to heaven on earth, which is not far away.
And not only that, but as tourists, we're not welcome. You know, one of the things that I was alluding to with respect to the x-axis discussion today and the rotation, you understand that the moon doesn't rotate. The dark side is always dark and the light side is always light.
Yes.
And that the moon is our nearest neighbor. And yet, you know, according to NASA, I guess it's been about 50 years since we've been back. We were in a mad rush to get there, but we're not in a mad rush to go back. And they never asked that question. And, you know, we have beautiful pictures of outer space, but we don't have beautiful pictures of the moon. We don't ask. And that's one of the things that, you know, we're having a problem with. We aren't demanding enough. We settle. We settle for second best, third best, 10th best. We're used to doing that. I mean, that's the best we can do, right? That's all we can do. So, you know, we just have to do it because it's beyond our tiny little perfect world and our, you know, tiny perfect understanding. You know, I'd love to know why, you know, we don't go back to the moon, but you know, I just don't have the resources or the facilities or the social circle to discuss that. But you know, the fact remains is that the moon is still a mysterious place for us, and we don't ask the right questions. So, what's on the dark side? Why didn't they tell us what's on the dark side? They were there, supposedly. Why are we in such a mad rush to go to Mars? It's a lot farther away. I don't know. It's just some of the questions I'm asking.
Not any longer. 1 minute to the moon and a couple hours to Mars. So we can meet on Mars for lunch, Alex.
And what will be the name of the restaurant and what will they be serving?
Fields Unlimited. I don't know.
Perhaps we need permission to go there first from whoever is there.
Yes, well, that was the thing of it. When we landed on the moon, apparently there was a code word Santa Claus, and that's what one of the astronauts used. He said Santa Claus is here, and that was their, I think we were being observed because they know that we were going probably over there again, putting a flag down and saying this is ours and we're going to determine what we do here, no one else, and not understanding the ethos of the universe. You're not allowed. And they must have got the message loud and clear because, as you said, we haven't been back.
There seems to be a whole new etiquette that we need to learn.
Yes, we have to learn where we step, apparently. I know Mr. Kesh said every step we take, we kind of mess things up in a way, but maybe we'll be a little elevated off the planet so we don't step on the planet or on bugs or other things that are unbeknownst to us, but they're there. It's a huge amount of knowledge and we will grow into it.
Is Shweta still here? I'd like to ask her a question.
Yes, Alex, yes.
So I have very little understanding of the caste system in India, but I know what an untouchable is. And I was wondering if you can enlighten us on what is the future for untouchables in India with respect to the revelations of the plasma science? Do you have any comment on that?
Yes, yes, I have. I have. There will be very much upliftment of them as they were suffering. They are suffering as because of this caste system. They are suffering much, much more. And when I don't know how, as I born and brought up, I have seen always discriminating them. Even in India, you can see in the houses, in the backyard of the houses, they have the cups for the tea to give the maid or to the uh, to the uh, 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 the serviceman who comes to fresh your toilet or clean your toilet. They have to come around the house. They cannot enter the house, and they have separate glasses and cups. So much discrimination is there here in India, and many leaders and religious leaders have encouraged this and still encouraging. And if the leaders, especially the religious leaders, if they understand this peace treaty and sign it and allow the plasma technology, then it will reach those who have suffered the more, suffered the most, especially from this caste system. And I will say, even now, because of this caste system and the form of slavery that was thousands of years going on, uh, they are very they became like the poorest of the poorest level of people in India, and they are still going like that. There's no change of condition of them, according in our in my point of view. And many others are also involved in this of the upliftment of these people. Well, but for me, we are all equal. There should be no caste system. There should be no religious system in India, because India is very corrupt with the religious system. And I will say, if well, I will not say any wrong word, but I will say that the people of India must understand that the knowledge is from within us always, and the Creator has made us in His image, and all are equal. This is what uh, many people understand. It is not brought by Gandhiji. He has given the most discriminating word Harijan to them, and now they are suffering from this word Harijan that has separated them from many things, deprived them from many things. So, so I will say that the plasma science, the plasma love will understand the way they are living and uplift them. As we know, it enhances, always enhances, and give, and they will really come out of their suffering from thousands of years, and the mentality of the people will change, that they were all equal, always was and will be. And the religious system from India should be gone forever. There should be no religion, and I prefer that mostly.
So, Shweta, is the untouchable a social system or an economic system? How does an untouchable know that he's an untouchable, and what limits? I have no idea what percentage of the population.
No, no, they are untouchable. They are not allowed in the homes. They are not allowed to be socially untouchable, socially deprived of many things. But economically, what they have done is they have created some seats to them for sentimental offers, and this created all more discrimination amongst the upper Hindu class and the lower class people. Here we say like that. And in the economic system, the government has strict and wickedly given them what we say, like we say arakshan. It means that some seats are registered to the lower caste people, OBC, OBC and tribes and all lower caste people. they have highlighted that in a government, in a political way, and giving them jobs in certain areas. And socially they are boycotted, but economically they have given position. And when the leader wants the votes, they go to these people. Mostly they give the vote to the politician. So wicked things are going on here. So this is, and they are told that they are Harijans. Harijan means the people of God, but they are slaves. They are low caste people. As we say the word Harijan, everybody in India can understand that they are low caste people. Here we say like that. And this was given by a prominent national leader. So this is what things are going on. Economically, they are used. Politically, they are used. And socially, they are abused. So this is what should not be there. So this is what I want to say. And the religious system of India is very complicated. And this complicated network should be broken. And the oneness should be there, that everybody should follow the oneness of the Creator. And that is very essential to deplete this discrimination from all beings, that we are all equal. Equality is the most important thing. Then we can come in peace. Then we can understand the sharing of services. So everybody have all the services to be done. So this is what my understanding, that India is suppressed mostly by the religion. And the political people are also always, the political people, the Western, the Americans, the Europeans, they have all get all the fruits from here. So in a way, the socially discriminating people, the caste system and the slave system here in India. So this is what's going on. And I think with the peace treaty, with the plasma science, this will go away day by day, moment by moment. This is my wish. I will say that. This is very suffering to see, even kind of suffering, sometimes painful. And this is what, this is the main thing I came into. I searched for many years. From my teenage, I searched for the love, and I searched in the wrong way. I deprived of the things because of this society. And then again, I searched and searched and searched for so long. And I came into Keshav Foundation, and then I surrendered. I understood what is to be done because of this chaos in India. So this is what I say, that this plasma science will obviously bring everybody in an equal position for all the services to be received and to be done. So this is what my point of view I'll say. And I'll ask the leaders and ask the people also. I have many religious people. I kind of sometimes I go on a fight also. But now I control myself. But there are many things that even these educated, I will say morons, stupid people don't understand. So this is why the most educated people in India are most stupid. They have to understand the most. So this is what I want to say. And
what percentage of the population is the untouchable class or the Sardaji class? What is the percentage of the population? Like how entrenched is this? I understand that the middle classes are also supporting the structure as well. Is that correct?
Yes, of course. The middle class is the most elaborate class, as I also come from a middle class family. And the poor and the low level caste, as we say in India, I don't want to say these words for them. I know they are they are same as my blood is, but in India they are the vast majority. You can say India has the largest slums in the world. So they live in these conditions, this very vigor condition they live. And as you know, according to this condition, the human trafficking is mostly coming out of these castes, and these gurus are taking responsibility of all this, and the middle class is a connector of both the rich and the discriminated, and are a kind of slaves, I will say, in between. So this is what in India is going on, and the Western, especially the American culture and the culture of many European countries have devastating effect on India. So Indian population, they are very confused and going to falling in a ditch. And I will say the plasma science of Keshe Foundation is the only helping hand. They can come out of the ditch easily. They can come out easily. So this is what, Alex, is in India going on. And this is what I want to share, that we as a middle class are enslaved in between the rich and the poor. The pain of the poor people and the discriminated people is always there, and the suppression of the rich people, those who never lived in India, are there, like Ambani, like Tata, like all those people. So this is what I want to say, Alex.
Shweta, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
I always thought the untouchables would be the people with leprosy. When I was a young man, I worked in a nursing home and I took care of a man with leprosy. Is that a viral infection? I was thinking of the cup of life for that.
Yes, that's a viral infection.
I know it's created emotionally, but it is a viral infection?
Yes, it is an infection of energy. Yes, of course. And it inherits. It inherited by, as we say, genetic, as we say, in DNA, it comes with the circumstances. And as we know, they discriminate people of the low caste, and they cannot even see the people who are suffering from leprosy. So they are very out. They live in slums mostly, in very, very poor condition. Even the rich people, if they have the leprosy, people in this disease, the leprosy, they go and take him with a home or a kind of shelter in a very poor condition, and they just never look back to him because of the social matter.
Yes.
So this is what India is, as we say. There are books, there are epics, there are beautiful kings, but there is no ethics remain. So this is here, India is suffering very, very, very much. As I will say, the heart and soul of India, it is suffering very much, in pain.
Yes, my wish is that they get elevated through this technology. Yes.
I am present. Yes, my dear.
Thank you, dear.
So lovely. Is there any other question you want to ask, Alex?
No, it really pains me to listen to you, but it comes from North American ignorance. We have a very strong, strong Hindu and strong Muslim community here in Canada, and it's strange, for me. I don't understand, and
yes.
Although I have friends in both religions, and I still don't understand, and basically they don't want to explain it anyway because I'm just a ignorant Canadian, but it's a very painful thing to listen to, but it's obviously it's problems all around the world and in
yes.
many other areas, and it just manifests itself or is described in different terminology. But the caste system, to me, as an outsider is like extremely racist.
Yeah, extremely racist indeed, extremely. And as you said, the Sardarjis, they don't follow fall in the caste system in India. They have a separate community in Punjab. And as the Sardarjis are worldwide, they live all the countries mostly. They are very much entertained by the Indian government. So, and there is no poor in Punjab, especially in the Punjab province. They live equally. They believe in equality, and this is what I want to say. The Akal Takht believe in equality. The Punjabis believe in equality, so they are flourishing in India. Despite they don't fall in the caste system. They have all their own masters of teaching, and they do their own way and the universal kind of way, and they are flourishing, and no Punjabi is poor, I'll say, in India. They are very different people, kind of people. Sardarjis are very kind of another kind of people. So, and I know in every religion, even there are Muslims, the Muslims in India, the Hindus, the Buddhists, all have good people, thoughts of people, but they are all in pain because of this surface wickedness and all the politics going out because of this and manipulation of all the books, all the treasures, and everything. As the Prime Minister of India was shouting about Kohinoor, it belongs to India. How this is a big lie. People here in population of India understood that the Kohinoor is only about India. They don't understand. They don't go beyond that. So this is what I want to say. The Kohinoor is for the population of all. It is a universal thing. So I mean, gem, I will say. Thank you, Alex. I am not a good speaker, Alex, but... Oh,
you're a terrific speaker, and thank you so much for your education.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Salam. Namaste.
Thank you.
I would like to add something. I went to serve in India to Lotus Temple, and more than 1 million people think that they are equal, and they pray together, they stay together, they teach and learn together in classes. I have seen from 4 castes together, and even they broken the caste and they get married intercastes, you know? It's the same ethos like Zoroastrianism, and our foundation following the same ethos without racism. All people form one race, human race, and the mankind is one country, and we are the world citizens. So it's the same ethos. I met the same ethos, and I serve about 1 year there, and I had the opportunity to see and to feel that within this community is not any racism, any discrimination. They are treated very well, and they feel comfortable. They trust in community, and they feel safe. But it's a lot of work. Keisha Foundation also can help a lot there, if will be a lot of knowledge seekers with new values, we can broke this system of castes. Also in China, there are castes. It's not easy.
I noticed had her mic open. Ermagard, or did you want to say something? Your mic is open, but we're not hearing you.
I think that was my cell phone in my pocket.
I've done the same.
Thank you.
Now we have two mics open. Let's close
Because
one.
I have my computer and my cell phone.
Gotcha.
I don't know how to turn the microphone off on my cell phone. So
I'll get
thank
it for you.
Hello. You listen to me?
Yes, Lissy. Hello.
Okay. How are you, everybody, today? It's a better day today because maybe today is Mitra's reborn, no? Mitra's back. No?
Mr. Kesh
You
did
remember
mention,
Mr. Keshe said today, yes, Mitra's back.
This is Marie. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. This is my understanding. I believe that the Mitra is the fields from the creator. So maybe the fields from the creator is reaching us from today. That is my understanding.
Can I ask a question to Mr. Kesh? Maybe he missed it here, but I don't know present now. Because in years ago, him say March 21 is Mitra's back. Maybe it's for TVs. TV is open for new technology, for the new technology about the source, but I don't know. Thank you. Sorry, but my English is not perfect.
You're doing very well, and we understand what you said.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, whatever it is, this morning, my home was happy, kind of light, kind of, there was light, there was sort of concentration in my home. I felt it. Whatever it is, I'll see tomorrow.
And maybe, like you said, the television station is the beginning of the end of the oppression on this planet for the lack of knowledge. And that does relate to Mitra, I believe. But it could be more. I know Mr. Kesh said a special soul was coming. And that could be the soul of the television to break this oppression that humanity's been under in so many different areas, energy and health and agriculture and so many other ways.
Might be. anyway, Mr. Kesh said, you need 7 years to construct a building in a stable and solid way. So Kesh Foundation, the way it is now, has done its 7 years. So we are at the time to get into another space of activity after all these years. So I hope it continues. Anyway, it was a new start in another dimension of activity. And that's very hopeful. And that's very nice. That's what we always wanted.
You mean 7 years for the foundation of the building to settle and to be secure?
Yeah, like the churches.
So you can build on it. Yes.
At least it should take 7 years. So we have made the 7 years. It's just happy. And to hear all of you is also happy. It was beautiful today. I was just imagining all these people in their house watching TV and making 1 cup at home. That's beautiful. I've heard people who had diabetes or who had some kind of, I think, arthritis. They had been improved by cup 1. So there are a lot of other things other than COVID can be better with cup 1. So if people at home can see that, it's just gigantic, fantastic. It's just unbelievable. Such a technology and so easy for everybody. Can you imagine?
Yes, Mr. Kesh is bringing a lot of smiling faces, or putting a lot of smiles on faces on this planet who thought there was no hope. I see, Mr. Kesh, you have your microphone open. Go right ahead, please.
Thank you very much. Good evening or good morning. The process we started yesterday in a way of very humble, very collective as a total Keshe Foundation, and setting the scene with a simple opening, no what we call razzmatazz, and no all these blowing things up. And then with the following process of 2 days, and gradually building it up to next 2 or 3 months to what it should be, has shown us in a way how effective Keshe Foundation in the background is. About 15 minutes, 20 minutes before opening of the program yesterday, the number of people coming into establishment, which is already set to serve huge number of viewers at the same time, the service crashed and they could not support the viewers. These channels carry possibility of tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands to be able to link in. And this showed immediately that we have passed hundreds of thousands because it was a morning time. There is no pressure on the servers of the television channel. And such a surge of people showed the popularity of the station, the Keshe Foundation station, which is set up. If it was 10,000, 100,000, the servers of the television center, the backers of it could have met. the demand. So we know we run into millions. There was a first clear indication Keshe Foundation has become a global system. But the beauty of it is, as for example, today's session, we can openly speak about what we can do, as long as we don't abuse it, that we bring people with us than excluding them, castigizing them. These are the things that most of the knowledge seekers should avoid in all the programs they make, and allows us to concentrate on bringing the real way of new knowledge continuously out in a way of fresh news, fresh understanding. It is very, I think, important for knowledge seekers, especially those of you who are connected to the TB representative section, to dig out the testimonials. Go in and find the testimonials about Corona, bring it out and record it. We put up testimonial records of the Corona, we're backing it. The biggest challenge for us from today is to work towards that world peace. Because in the process of delivering the technology and encouraging the governments to be there, we have shown collectively we are as a one nation, we are operating. And as one nation, we can deliver a lot of things. We were going through the program setting this afternoon with the Keshe Foundation team. And at the moment, we have 17 languages online coming up, but we don't have Indians. We have Bangladesh. We don't have people from Pakistan or Turkey or other parts of the world. And it's time to encourage them to join it. And in so many ways, our plan for the next steps of the programs start getting loaded up is to bring in the news. We do not go out live as we've seen today. We set a structure that you can get in touch with your eminent scientists, you can get in touch with your politicians and invite them to an interview, to be recorded, to be shown. And in these programs, we use our central station studio to record these and then upload them on the server. And then we announce interviews, discussions. They speak between each other from China to Canada to Brazil or to any other part, and bring 3 or 4 eminent scientists or politicians to debate the condition of the peace, the condition of the new technology. This is what we want to do very extensively in the next 2 weeks, which means we spend a lot of time recording back in the studio, in a way, conversations between a number of 3, 4, 6 scientists and politicians, and in spreading the technology out. We have to bring this in a common ground, in a ground where the scientists, you do it in your own language. They don't need to speak English. Organize, call politicians, scientists, and interview them for the Keshe Foundation television. And send the recording to us. We don't have to do anything. There are 2 things which I try to explain is having a central organization, but at the same time being independent to support with new ideas and ways. This is what the television is going to be. If we do not reach this, the whole structure will collapse. The whole process is to continuously generate interest. In the next 3 or 4 weeks, many of you are what I call greeners. First time even recordings, first time some of you even listening to your own presentation, and it's strange to see yourself on the other side of the camera. But gradually we will build up. The advertising, the promotions will come in. The news, breaking news will come in. We know roughly where and what we are looking for. And in a progressive way, we build it up. The biggest pleasure for me today and yesterday was that we could clearly speak about Corona without the fear of being brought down. We could explain the science behind the technology we offer for Corona. And once this is uploaded, I hear the editors have finished with it today. It's going to be uploaded in the next couple of hours. Give this link to everyone to see, to watch. Send it to all representatives, to the government officials, to doctors. And in so many ways, we have a lull. We have a quiet time in the next 7 days in Iran. And from then on, the firework starts. And we will promote it through different ways. When in Iran is traditionally a week of holidays, usually it's 12 days. And then we go back on. The whole structure is that we take the Corona and the position of the space technology and peace through Iran out. This is what we plan, because getting the world leaders to follow is very hard. But getting the people who work with you to work and go out is very easy. Maybe many of you watched the presentation of Yusuf, and you saw the way the makeup artist made them to look. But I look beyond that, beyond the message, beyond the talks. The most important thing, which gave a very big signal to especially American and Chinese, with a broadcast of an hour and something of the Iranian group, was that Iran National Television has recorded the program. It means we are recognized directly, and this is where the gap was with the Keshe Foundation for a long time, where the nation of the birth was not supporting its inventor, or its what we call the developer of the technology. And in a very simple way, that 1 hour, even if it was 5 minutes, recorded at the central television center of the Iran, was a huge step in accepting the technology to come through Iran. We saw the papers be published some month ago on 10th of February in respect to the Keshe Foundation being involved in the space technology of Iran. Now the television station. Now the Keshe Foundation Center in Tehran has been established and opens up sometime next 2 weeks. It's already been, all the things for it has been set up. And they carry their own studio in the center. And we have taken one of the knowledge seekers who's educated in television production. And the beauty of it is, we will see the change coming in through. We have seen with the Chinese team have all moved more or less in the past 2 days and the next couple of days into one location, that they are finalizing the negotiation, and hopefully by the end of next week, Keshe Foundation China will own one of the largest manufacturing bases of nearly, at the end of it, something like 500,000 square meters of property, factory, development, research center, a space center, in one of the most secure areas of China. It's taken us 2 years to negotiate, and now they have moved into position to sign the final documents. This factory will become the icon of the Keshe Foundation. We establish everything we want on this property. The building is already built. We have just moved in to take over the repairs, and it's what we call the piping and everything. And the Keshe Foundation team has homed in. They are moving all into one of the largest factories of the Keshe Foundation we will see for a time to come. This in support with the change in Iran, in support with the support of the Iranian and the Chinese backed Keshe Foundation has started changing us. In so many ways, this new factory which we take over, it is the cornerstone of change of everything which will come out of China in so many ways. It's where the China, name of China, pottery came from. We are at the beginning. This was a wish of His Excellency President Xi 3 years ago, that he wanted the Keshe Foundation, as is a new start in technology, to go where the actual Silk Road started, that the knowledge will go down the Silk Road. They brought us to this city and they accommodate us to make sure Keshe Foundation receives this factory that it can start. You got to realize keeping a factory which is 250,000 extend to 500,000 for a nation which is in development, especially available for the Keshe Foundation to take over, and they left it empty deliberately for us. It's the biggest step. And very soon, the Keshe Foundation China will report from this factory. We are targeted to produce 1 to 3 million liters of gas a month. It's one of the largest expansions. And with it, we open the 3 factories in China. We have already received the backing from 2 nations to go ahead with it. The changes are huge, the steps are big, but now we have to prove what we say we can deliver. We see more and more rhetoric coming out, especially through Belgians, and this is deliberate to discredit. You have to keep your eyes open. We know, and authorities are moving, homing in on this. This time they're going to snap it at the root. That the technology like this cannot be scaffolded anymore because they're looking for jobs, they're looking for security of government, security of the nations. And they would not allow what we've seen in the past 7, 8 years, the mayhem they created, and now they started again on the internet. Do not be surprised if you see radical moves and then we get blamed for it as Keshe Foundation or who we are or what we do. The whole structure to move forward with the support of 2, 3 leading nations has started. And as you heard today, we are inviting the world leading space agencies to join us at a very high level. You got to understand, we already had these connections, but they were too shy to come in. And now, with the support of Iran, that has become possible. It's the time for it. Some of you ask, is the time for Mitra? Mitra has already been conceived and is in position of its light, will take the light to its ultimate goal. In so many ways, we are collectively supporting the change. We are collectively structuring the change to come, that we all will see the what I call the bigger picture. You were talking about those who are excluded in India. We have many, many, many places, many of us are excluded from. As I said, even the President Trump was excluded from the Facebook. You can see how bad exclusion is going everywhere. But the reality is that can we exclude each other from a space? Can we exclude each other from development of new technologies? Can we exclude each other from dying of hunger? Can we exclude many, many things? What I said to the Keshe Foundation television team, and many of you know in the background, is that in the coming weeks and months, Keshe Foundation will become the center of the news itself. We have worked on it. It's not coincidental. We are working extensively to develop this that gradually in the coming months, Keshe Foundation TV becomes the center for a specific kind of news that a lot of people are looking for. We are not targeting into anything. And as you've seen, we target in two things: opening of the new science in the space and pushing and cajoling the governments towards peace. I was told for my own safety, step down for a couple of more months. I said, the reality is we don't have that couple of more months. The peace process for mankind has started. And there is no way it can be stopped. There is no way it can be stopped. Even today, as is the first day of the new year in Iran, Iranian leaders have been working to make sure Keshe Foundation will come where they want it, the way they want it. To them, as they said to me, New Year or no New Year does not matter. The future of the nation and humanity does not allow us to take a day off. And we will see this. As I said, when I tell you that, they come to Keshe Foundation to take the news because we become the newsmakers. We bring credibility to it very rapidly, but at the same time, we stay outside it. It's your program, it's your television. You have to ask what's next. What can we do to bring in? And don't wait to be shepherded to where to go. Take initiative, bring new programs, bring new insights, take steps, and don't be afraid of failure, but make it work. What is the reaction of the press onto this? How many of you have called your press and give them the link of the Keshe Foundation television program? Ask them what is the response to what has been released. We will go on Thursday to all the knowledge seekers to ask them. You just need to call one person in government and one person in press and give them the link. Can you give us the response to this? We have to generate the next step. We have to generate the condition for the next assignment to bring the peace. It doesn't come by us sitting around and saying, oh, it was a nice program. He could talk about the corona and the treatment and the virus. I've done nothing if you don't pick up that line, if you don't get in touch with a person on the other end of the phone and tell them what is respect or what is your response to this which has been released. The White House, the American presidential offices, the Chinese, and everywhere else. And let's see what happens. This is a birth of a new life for all of us and our future generation. And in so many ways, I was requested by Iranian leadership to return to Iran, to be in Iran for New Year's. And I responded very simple. I can do more being outside to deliver the peace, not only for Iran, but the world leaders and other governments. We are set to bring the change, but we have to show we are not connected and we are independent from any influence anywhere. As one of the Iranian leaders said on the phone past couple of days, we made every effort to make sure you're in Iran, but it has not happened. Because you decided that you can achieve peace from outside and more than inside. And you will understand very soon what it means. I led the 5+1 negotiation and will lead a new type of negotiation in the coming weeks. In a way, the West knows what's going to hit them, and are praying to God that this would not happen, because then they have to show a lot of things which they claim they have and they possess. But all that will come through the KFTV. We release it and you will spread it. And in a way, the news will come very fast, indirectly and directly through the Keshe Foundation. But none of this was possible if there were not knowledge seekers. You watched 26 minutes of the program. Today we received from the Chinese a new tape. Russians have come in now, and even there is one of them supposed not to be Russian, but started it. But now the Russian team will start coming in. Now they've seen the voice for the first time outside. And we'll see many languages gradually creeping in. But you have to understand, there's a lot of pressure for a lot of people to be able, if we can do our best, and would it be successful? I think the best example of this will be if we can get the Hebrew language to open the Shabbat. And we'll see how they present it. We've seen today with the session with what I call Lisa and Jim, it can be done. You can create documentaries without being seen. You can create news, generate, record without being seen. And this is what is the next step to come. We never see people who make documentaries. They're always a voice on their program, unless they decide to show themselves. And this is what he has to come be. He has to move into the next steps. Everything, as was said, we are going to show the flight system. We're going to show the new enhancement system in operation. We're going to show the new transportation system and transmutation system. But to ask one question, it's only one, and it only all comes out of one research center. What about you as a knowledge seeker? Can you repeat it? Have you understood it? Do you know how to replicate such a technology? Otherwise, it's just somebody who's done it. And this is what we're trying to break through. That all of you know how to make it. All of you know with the governments how to achieve it. And this is the next program for the Keshe Foundation. Bringing the governments to develop the new technologies in conjunction with the Keshe Foundation knowledge. Exactly like the way it's happening in Iran. We have been given a huge, huge land by the officials to start the trials in Iran. Now we have taken the shape, and we will broadcast it on a daily basis, on a weekly basis. But what I said, the child is conceived and the life has started. And in so many ways, what I call the wish of Mitra has been love, and to spread that love throughout the universe. And no one in the universe has been better lovers than human beings. Then we are on the right track. When we look, as I said, it takes months and years of planning for somebody to open something like this. Maybe they open a television channel, one man, one band, one somewhere, or in one nation. It's the first time we open up collectively as one nation, one planet. It'll never be repeated because there is always division amongst the people due to their race and color. We've seen it, Al Jazeera Arabic, Al Jazeera this, Al Jazeera English, but we call it Keshe Foundation. The Farsis run their program in Farsi. We hear soon from all of you in their own language, and you're all respected for what you do and how you spread knowledge. This is the true unification of mankind. And you're all choosing when you want to talk, when, which time you want, how you want to do it. And you don't need to go to a satellite company which just transmits your own native language mother tongue. There's a lot of changes in this simple move, but gradually you will understand. At the moment, we have 17 languages which are coming up. You see to about 25 to 40 by the end of the year. And you will see how everybody wants to be part of it as knowledge seekers. We achieved what most of the people take years of organizing in less than 30 days. And as I say, when you make a right move, everything goes right. We have a beautiful director, head of the Keshe Foundation, Neil, who knows, and he actually like a child is nursing people in how to hold the camera, how to do this, how to do that. And we're getting more and more people coming in to support. I wish you all a successful network because, as I said today and yesterday, I'm a facilitator, not the runner. I facilitate the knowledge to be transferred to man. I facilitate everything else like the television. The rest of it is you who have to do the work and make it work. We will not bring broadcasters in to do things. And we are very, very careful not bring outsiders in because they don't understand it. Even with our editor, we have a problem because he knows about the Keshe Foundation. He's been around Keshe Foundation people for 2-3 years, but he still hasn't come with the love of mankind. Today, while we were broadcasting, and we came off the stage for Lisa or the testimonial from Hawaii, and I was wondering how the editor team is working, listening to these things. These are all new, they never heard about the Keshe Foundation. And they're sitting there and they have supposed to edit it and they're learning. And we have created another fire amongst the people who never knew the technologies. They just came in to be broadcasters, to be editors, to be there to facilitate. I was thinking, how do they feel when they see, and they're all from news, they're not somebody outside. The structure of the Keshe Foundation TV is very unique in a way. We record, we receive everything into the bank of the Keshe Foundation in Austria, in what we call internet bank across. But then we transmit into another part of the world where the producers and the editors are sitting. In a way, usually the producers are sit within, especially a live program on a regular basis, and everything else. But the structure of the Keshe Foundation is totally different. Our editors and producers are sitting in another remote country, nothing to do with the center. And everything is synchronized. Whatever you send, they go through it, they load up. And this is the beauty of One Nation program. We are not sitting and broadcasting everything out of Austria. No, Austria is just a base, what we call, for sound and the desk and the chair and the table, I call it. But the program comes from you around the world. It goes into a bank, as you've seen it. You worked on these 3-minute introductions. And then while we transmit, it goes back to another country. The producers and editors, then they work on it. And then you see it. This way, we made sure nobody can touch the Keshe Foundation television. The station is in different country. The producers and editors full-time in different country. Keshe Foundation studio in one country, and the rest of you across the world are sending everything in. And then you will see in the next few weeks how it comes. We put the timetable of the nation languages today, just past few minutes, on the representative of the Keshe Foundation TV. Look at it, there are some, what we call requests for the same time, same place. And we ask you to talk to each other and find a compromise. Which one of you is prepared to move? And this was expected, especially in Western Europe. I was expecting a number of nations' timetable will clash, request the same because of the culture in the West. And we'll see how you accommodate it. Go on, it's your representative, take it back to your groups and finish it by next day or two, that we can allocate to the what they call the editors and digitalization. These are the times they have to load up everything new which comes up. And there's one thing which I've learned in the past few years is do not expect to have a live presentation every Thursday that will be in front of camera or teaching will be done. We had a very, very harsh experience while we were broadcasting from the, what we call the exhibition center. And I learned how people betray you while you're teaching and spreading the knowledge. And for this reason, we will never be 100% all the time where people expect us to be. Because they know you are there and they know at that time they can hit you hard. And I got hit hard personally in that day while I was teaching, and I stopped broadcasting from the lens. If you remember, we went on the screen and started sharing. We promised we keep our position and integrity silent till the courts speak. And then we tell you how much damage was done to me personally during the teaching. Even they come and listen to this and they write rhetorics against it. It doesn't matter. Keshe Foundation is much bigger than me and much bigger than all of us. But we have to understand we have one target. The target is world peace. We have turned world leaders to listen to it. And we have turned powerful people to understand the changes there. As I said, when you had the surge yesterday, we have our monitors in the background internationally monitoring. As we all went down and we started listening with half an hour delay, and coincidentally, we just came about as a time, we call it Salat Tahvil, which means the beginning of the year, the spring starts, we measure it to the second. Then the people from the White House were online. People from Beijing, CPC were online. People from Russia were online. People from different governmental organizations in Iran were online. They were all waiting to see if this child is going to be born and how it will be. And it couldn't come better than what we did. It was perfect in a way that it shows the diversity, but within the people who understand and respond and are responsible for the ethos they stand for. Yesterday, as we finished, as I arrived home, I received the report of who been on the line. And it's amazing when you look out of the millions which they brought the server down, and there are some of the world leaders sitting. Even through their, what I call VPNs and everything else, we can track them. We know exactly where they come. And this wasn't the first time, if you remember, when we released the patents a few years ago, European servers came down and the European governments realized how European patent office servers came down. They couldn't understand. They thought it was an attack. And then they added servers after servers because the European patent could not be left down. And this gone for days. According to what we were told, 400 servers were brought in for the people to download such a massive patents. When we said it, people said it's impossible. The guy just talks. We saw it yesterday. The number of people who wanted to be there runs into millions, and they brought the server down because it said the server capacity has reached. We were watching it. Again comes on. This server capacity has reached. They could not. So the server providers had to borrow, cajole from other server providers to be able to back. That's why it took half an hour. They had to bring other servers in that they could support the live transmission. And it's in line with what we told you happened in European Patent Office when we released the patent. Keshe Foundation has over 200 million plus followers around the world. And yesterday we showed it again for a second time. And it's not something which a lot of governments will ignore, because there has to be a response to such a movement. But we have to make sure it's a correct way and it's done the right way, that we get the maximum benefit to change the course for peace. As they said, television never came down. None of the servers came down. They were so sure they will support it. They had to actually get people behind the scene to back servers and servers that it could meet such a demand short term. We had the same situation today. So it shows there is a big movement in the background with the Keshe Foundation. And all of us have created. And I thank you for all your time and effort and all this teaching which is going on from nation to nation. I could facilitate. Now it's your turn to run. I'm not the runner. As I said, as of today, I more or less move more away from the foundation work that is run by what we call the management of it. And I take position in what I call spreading the work in a very advanced level in universities with the world leaders and the rest. But I still stand fully responsible for the whole operation of the Keshe Foundation worldwide. It's not that I walk away and I'm escaping, as I was told, I'm about to go to prison as we hear. The prison is a mind of those who prison themselves with their lies and cheats. We talk very direct and the truth, and you should have given you a very good indication yesterday. Massive servers were brought in to just meet the demand of 2 hours of transmission. The same today, they were prepared to get hit again. Let's see what comes up. And I gave you the baby. Now you have to feed it, to dry it, and to look after it. And let it grow very fast. You have a few months to let it grow, not years and 18 years of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe. And thank you everybody for attending today and allowing us to present. What a historic day. Please mark it down. Where were you on March 21st, 2021? Thanks again. Over to you, Mark.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Thank you, Mr. Keshe. With such an audience, I know you don't want commercial advertisers probably selling, potato chips or something like that. But what sort of advertisers would be allowed to be on the platform? Since it's such a large audience, a global company, I would say, would be very interested.
We, at the moment, for the next month, we're running the trials. We're just building up the backup, all the teachings, all the videos people make, all the news. And with it, we would like, the next step is to embed the Keshe Foundation, especially the education side, into the governmental education website, which means if you are a child, you want to know the plasma in China or in India or in England or wherever, they link you directly to our teaching, because we don't have enough teachers to go around and teach for them to understand. So we do a global transfer of technology and knowledge to youngsters and above directly from television set. We expect a lot of new ways of teaching and understanding. And in a way, as to say, the proof of pudding is in eating it. And today was a beautiful example of it. We explained about the corona And then by coincidence, in the past few days, Hawaii's have loaded the thing up. And the director of the foundation wanted to be there, and it was just like a gift. You could see it was just Corona, it was everything else. We summed up a lot of things. But in general, we look for the Keshe Foundation to receive a vast income through its advertising, which is from the companies who are ethically correct towards peace. This is one of the first points that any of you accepting advertising. We don't want companies who are in the front, they call it politically correct in the front, and in the back they do everything else to advertise. We want to encourage the more younger people. In the next few weeks, you will see new dimensions in Keshe Foundation work. We don't go out till we achieve it, but the process has started in new ways. From now on, you can find Keshe Foundation on Amazon. For years, we did not do such a thing. Now, the Amazon has already, not only in the Kindle, but in the hard copy, in the shop of the Keshe Foundation, we have opened now Amazon.com, Keshe Foundation. If you go put Keshe Foundation Amazon, you come up. The sales team in the background start loading things up. We create a platform very much like Amazon in the coming weeks. We are working on it. You got to understand that when this Amazon structure type thing came into being as .coms in 1990s, I owned 4 of the best groups in England. Those days, we were the leaders. We had the same structure as Amazon, but in a very direct way. Amazon came in later on. But as I left my world of business to establish the Keshe Foundation, we shut everything down. The same structure now has been taught, but in a more advanced way, and the same platform goes back into operation. But you see, Amazon today, we did it in 1996, 97, where order comes through the computers at the front and the stockroom was in the back. Massive, 10,000 square meters of a stockroom could support. But to me, establishing the Keshe Foundation and spreading knowledge was more important than the wealth which was going on. And now we have a much more advanced systems. Structure has been set up in China, structure has been set up in Austria. A lot of things you saw with ordering and waiting for weeks and months, being loyal to the foundation that they'll come. It will change now to 7 days and the next 2 or 3 months on a daily basis. We have restructured it. So you will see the Keshe Foundation plasma technology will invite all the distributors back in to have their own platforms on the platform of Keshe Foundation worldwide. And at the same time, the companies who support peace and sign themselves into peace, we give them a chance. They can advertise. But on the other hand, you have to go for these kind of people to bring advertising to you, that what it brings them globally. And what will happen when you advertise in the Romanian part or Bulgarian part, in Romanian and Bulgarian language, the local shops who sell plasma products, how do they do? At the same time, we give them a platform, Keshe Foundation plasma platform. It'll be on in the next few weeks. So when you put the plasma anywhere on Google, you end up on the home of the plasma. We have made a lot of steps. Many of the legal operations of the using the name of the foundation will be closed down. We have taken steps. And I've seen in past few days, again has come up that I've been sentenced to 10 years in prison in Italy. Dream, lying is easy. The legal frame in Italy has already started. You cannot go to prison when they have stolen from you. And we see this continuously being fed on the internet. Do not be surprised if the feeders of these news will end up in prison. They are deliberate discrediting the foundation. Don't forget, now we see the text is the same as what was for past 6-7 years on the other Belgians who set up all these things. And now we know the people who shared pillow with us were actually behind all this. This will shock you, but you'll find out how targeting was done wasn't from outside. Inside was writing in the name of outside. And officials will take action for these things. And you understand why there is so much rhetoric in the past few weeks, as they knew that we're opening the television, as they knew now we become ambassadors of peace. You will understand very soon. They've been told and financed by their government. But other nations will take a step. And when you read what goes on in the past few weeks on the internet, and you remember past years we had with the same subject, with the same people from the same nation, now you understand who actually betrayed the whole foundation from the beginning. And don't be surprised, you will see more, because this is the way they tried to shoot us, they tried to discredit us, and now we know the people who were sitting there in the bedrock of discrediting in the name of a red circle, and the rest were people who shared pillow with us, the knowledge and everything else, the hidden spies. And now we see the same thing, nothing different. And the truth is, ask yourself one question. If the man who's given everything to humanity, will he damage his own blood? Then you understand how much lies you've been fed. Because it suits them, they are servant to their masters to discredit the technology, the way it did very much by Stephen Hawking and others. Now you understand how much you have to see more coming. They listen to every broadcast and they write 180 degrees their lies into. And now governments outside have started taking action. Do not be surprised if you see changes, and then you will see why. Because it's the same way every time. The Keshe Foundation has taken huge steps. Because they were inside, they could premeditate it. This time it could not premeditate it to be done. And it could not be preempted. And this is why we're going so fast, because they could see where we are. They could report to their masters how we are doing, and they preempted us. This time, there is no pillow talk. This is a talk of men and women who devote their life to peace, and we achieved it. I promise you, we would have never reached the television opening today. We would have been disrupted, we've been told, brought down, like everything we saw. And we tell you, we have kept a dossier of the telephone calls which has been made to the police, to the exhibition center and everything else by one woman, even to our banks, our headquarters, our banks, went under such a pressure to close our accounts. And they said, Mr. Keshe, you have done not a single thing wrong. And we are watching how they are doing it. Now you understand. I opened the book because it's about the time to open. If we would have been still in the same circle, you would have never seen the television opening up. They would have closed it long before knowing who's doing what is doing. The operation in China would have been blocked. The opening of the new factory in Austria would have been blocked. The opening of every research we did would have been blocked. Now we have the television, we go open with it. You have to understand, if you support a technology so vastly, why do you go out and put everything which you think could be made wrong for the government to shut you down? That the leaders of the nation tell you, he's a nuclear physicist, he knows what to do. Madam, take a walk for your nation. This is how we could not succeed from step to step, because we were betrayed right in the center. Now we open the book, we have a television channel, we can talk, or we can show evidence. But we wait till the day the court has spoken. And then we open the books. And then you see how shameful has been what you see within the structure and who in Keshe Foundation is taking shape to support as part of what it was to silence the technology. Even they went within Iran trying to create mayhem in Iran within the Keshe Foundation, and the Iranian security have not done. A nation does not allow its scientists to be touched. If we had same situation as last year today, we would not have seen the opening of the television channel. We would have seen none of the progresses have been achieved in the past 6 months. Because nobody can tell a secret out anymore. Nobody could betray before we walk. And Italian authorities are waiting for me in Rome in the next few days. And I'll see if I end up in prison for 10 years. And you see how much light has been put to discredit. Don't forget, the international police is looking at this very clearly. This time is Corona and everybody's looking for a way out. And the Keshe Foundation has seen us at, and the Iranian government has stood by scientists. Mercy the church. And this time we'll succeed because there's no one to betray us from inside. Let them put more rubbish on the internet and more false interviews and more everything else. We've seen this with Sterling. If you remember, Sterling brought our website down twice, claiming he is nothing, and I accused him of. And 6 months later, he's spending solitary prison for life, connected to the same people in Belgium. Exactly. Connected directly to the same people who have stopped us up to. They're all one team, and we open the books very soon. With the police files, not accusations. Then, as we are a broadcasting news and station, we show defending how Keshe Foundation has been solved. Today and yesterday television program is a victory for all of us because now we have nobody inside to betray us. Because if you're loyal and it was good till the day before and the day after you've been caught, everything is wrong with it, so there is something wrong with you, not with the organization. And many of you have been wise, just listening and understanding, but asking yourself one question. How could a man who's against everything for humanity let his own family down? Impossibilities. And the family is the Keshe Foundation family, and it grows up very rapid from now. Accept advertising from everyone who is signing a peace treaty. Your national organizations want to advertise. Open your books that you don't invest in any companies which is in what we call military and finances in that kind of direction. Sign your company to peace and make it the front line for every advertising. Today, we have shown we had more people than yesterday. There are many television channels hope to get for one program, and it's right across the world. So you have the audience. And we will see how this will take shape in the coming times as we put news which the rest of the world is waiting to hear. And you will understand soon why. I use the television channel with the help of the Keshe Foundation team to make it the center for news for peace, news for technology, and news for collaboration between nations. And this is the only 3 targets I have from today. I wonder if Microsoft will ever advertise on Keshe Foundation. And my advice to most of those who decide on the future of Keshe Foundation, refuse Microsoft. Because it's very soft, but micro, but it's deadly. Thank you very much.
I was just trying to think of some companies who aren't involved in war or cross links to other corporations or so on. I wasn't able to think of too many. I was thinking of a animal rescue.
There are many small traders, 1 or 2 shops or 10 shops in your local area. Support them if they are in that level to become big, that they become the future of the nation. They don't have money for advertising. Tell them become a distributor and we advertise you as a distributor. They will get their trade. I come from a background of partnership, and it's much more profitable when you barter than you pay. Well, I've said many times before opening up the East with Russian connected governments in 1990s, there was no money exchange. Even the governments at the highest level could not, because Russians were very clever. They collected the money, but they gave goods against it. And they always called it barter. And for years, I bartered with the Russians and the Eastern Bloc. And it was always profitable. Bargain with your people. Because don't look at it, the Keshe Foundation is not a profit-making organization. The whole object is for people to see the benefit. If people, you're a distributor and the gentleman wants to advertise his shop that is selling goods or whatever, yes, you can do that. What you sell, the Keshe Foundation products in your shop and display and whatever. The commission, the money you want to collect from agency will come from years and years of selling goods in the shop. Offer them. You don't need to do anything. We give you the product. You can advertise your shop freely and with our product in it. Now you can do it on television, easy. And then your agents, your distributors will make their living as much as the shopkeeper, and the foundation reaches its goal. Put a logo, I sell Keshe Foundation products outside each shop, and give them free advertising in exchange for barter for selling Keshe Foundation products. And at the same time, if you're a distributor, when you do this, you tell your organization, your group, that I have this and this. I make the money, foundation makes the money, and at the same time, the knowledge spreads. And it's the distributor response what he wants to put in the community. But as the sale comes through a national structure to us, we subsidize the nation program, even if the agent does not share funds. Try to become innovative and find ways that you can do it, and they can do it. You can walk 10 kilometers on your own, but 100 kilometers when the others carry you with them. I have no problem if you want to advertise on Keshe Foundation and it's transparent that you're an agent, you get your cut as a representative, but you have 20 shops which sell their goods and they freely advertise on the Keshe Foundation and your section. No problem. Because the foundation, the process of payment for its advertising comes from the selling of our products. And even the distributor who gets paid spends the money in his own nation, so still wealth goes back to the nation. A certain percentage of the sales from the, what we call national television, right, goes back to you. We don't lose. We have no way to lose because we don't need to show profit. We are not there to make profit. We are there to facilitate, and always things come that way. You are Bulgarian, you are American, you're Canadian, you are a distributor, go to the shops and says, I advertise your thing on the international and national, and give your email. People will send from all over the world nowadays orders. Unlock the shop, or what they do will give us the percentage of whatever from the shop income towards it. It doesn't matter, because your sale, they bring that and allows the foundation to be known internationally. This process of the sales and selling has to change. You have to become innovative. Give them free advertising. In exchange for selling Keshe Foundation goods in their shop in a prime position. Even if you take 5 minutes of your 1 hour, 10 minutes of your time advertising products for Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers, even we put the shop on the platform which we are opening. Because at the end, whatever you sell, it goes back to the foundation, spent back on the foundation. That makes us more visible and people understand our ethos and what we want to do. Don't be afraid of advertising, but make sure that people you advertise with are not connected to what I call war system. Any other question?
Mr. Cash, Yvonne with you. Are you going to be doing any more speaking at online conferences?
What do you mean?
Well, a couple of days ago, you did do a session, an opening session at an online conference. I wondered,
in
are
Philippines?
You doing? Yes, that's the one I'm talking about.
If you notice, past 4 or 5 years since Italy, we kept away from any press conference or invitation. I hardly gave any interviews where we used to do on a regular basis. Now that we got rid of the pains and all the people who were distracting from inside, yes, we have started, and we've been invited to a number of them, but I choose the reason we did the one, we did one 2 weeks ago with another group with a very large supporting base. And if you have big organizations who want to do the interviews, internet or television, brings them huge traffic. Yes, we do. We are back on it because this is part of the bringing data to the foundation. The interview we did in the conference in Philippines is done through an organization which we have connections with and worked on by the one of the members of Universal Council. The Universal Member Councils are working very hard, a lot of them in the background, creating conditions for the foundation to reach its target. And yes, that was done organized by one of the members of the Keshe Foundation team, Universal Council members, and I was a guest member who was put in the last minutes by the look of it or whatever. But it was an eye-opening for the world scientists to listen to it. We're trying to do the same kind of work with a couple of space agencies in the next couple of weeks.
That would be very nice. Thank you, Mr. Cash.
We have to, because we are waiting for a specific move in the next few weeks. If that move is made, as we've been told is possible, then the whole position of the Keshe Foundation will change in this respect. Because every time I give interviews, we see a huge traffic through Keshe Foundation. And to sustain it, it's no way. We used to be top 25,000 websites in the world when I used to continuously put the Keshe Foundation in front. And now at that time was the huge numbers. Now is such a larger number. we still stand at the top 300,000, and we can come down to top 20,000 in continuous pressure. The Keshe Foundation traffic, when we tell you what it is, we watch, we monitor in a very different way, plus not only on us, but on the people who go across watching the same page or reading the same page. It's like the way Rick works. Rick is one person on his link on his YouTube, but it's got 2, 3, 5,000 whatever people who goes on his and listen through his because of his, they're loyal to him. And we have thousands of people like this who have 200, 500 in different languages because they do the translation. And then they pick up. And this is how Keshe Foundation reaches 10, 15 million every week on Thursday teaching. Because the people who go to Rick, they have a group of 20, 30, 50 people themselves, some of them, that they listen to it. And we see how rapidly it expands. Because they end advertising with the people who understand the language or whatever. Estimate at the moment by internet organizations which we use continuously, like yesterday, we know roughly how many million people were online to come into the Keshe Foundation opening. We have a very good idea, and then we watch now when the videos go up, how many people will watch the videos. One video of the Keshe Foundation about 8 years ago reached over 3 million in less than a month. And immediately, the people who we know now, we see them active again on the internet, their masters went and they brought it down. We know what we are followed by, but we have to watch. And now I gave 2 interviews about 2 weeks ago to one channel, maybe you've seen it. And now I gave a regular interviews to 1111 because now they're part of the Keshe Foundation team in Italy. They work with the production side. Then I gave an interview, and there are about 10 or 20 lined up in the next couple of months.
That's good because we need a lot to come out.
If you organize with the network people who have web networks or web structure or televisions, we always give interviews because interviews brings population to understand.
Well, not that I know of anybody who I could say, you know, can you interview Mr. Keshe? But I'm sure that a lot of people in the audience have these connections.
Yes.
And that you're open to interview would be good news to them.
We have to, especially now with the TV channel, how many of you have linked the TV channel to the others to come and watch? But we need to build it up first before we go out fully. We need to load up a lot of programs in the coming weeks with the editors and team of editors sitting in, what do you call it, on top of the television channel, build up at least 2 or 3 days in advance programs set up, and then we'll see how. Can you please, while you're online, the Romanians, the Bulgarians, the French, and the Italians, go to the representative section and see and sort out. There's a couple of collisions of time between different groups. Talk to each other and move yourself within half an hour, either way, that you can accommodate each other. The timetable for your programs is on that. Any other question?
Thank you, Mr. Keshe, for answering my questions. Thank you.
Right.
And I hope you had a good, happy new year.
Oh, we couldn't be happier. Than I had a fantastic news just as we finished yesterday, or we were doing the program. And I'm hoping that the news was so true. We'll know within the next few hours. And as I said to the Keshe Foundation team, that was the best New Year's news or gift I could receive. And one day we tell you why, the way we told you what happened to us while we were in the exhibition center. Then you understand a lot of devious behavior around the Keshe Foundation. Any other question? Thank you very much for the support, and please produce as many programs as you can and feed into the station, that we build up a huge catalog and a huge structure in the background with it.
Thank you for that explanation on the television. I thought it was just some sort of snafu or something with a new setup and all this, but it was actually, and people did say that in the chat, that the servers were overloaded. And, that's a very good sign.
It took 45 minutes to bring support servers in. I think what they did, the television server providers went out and literally borrowed and whatever they paid charges for it to be able to go to carry on, because the television people could not support it. I call it the overdraft service, so they borrowed short term because they couldn't let the audience go down in the first broadcast from the television set. These stations are supported not for 100 or 200,000 people to watch movies at the same time. They're supported to stand a lot of traffic, and the traffic was too much. It didn't happen last week. It didn't happen the day before. It didn't happen an hour before. As we came, people start coming in millions. They just brought the server under pressure.
I guess it's a good problem to have.
It shows Keshe Foundation is not, what do you call it, a small organization.
It's not a lightweight.
We are very heavyweight. We are extremely heavy, but we are very humble too.
Thank you very much for joining us today, Mr. Keshe, and all the knowledge seekers here. It's about midnight, I think, European time. Is there anyone else who'd like this opportunity to open your mics, come forward, say a little bit? We know we're all pleased with what has happened the last 2 days, and it will continue to grow. We need to do our part to get these videos and this content in.
You've been asking for this to get the Keshe Foundation out in public. Now it's been achieved. Now it's time for you to carry out what you asked for, to support it and to build it.
Okay, if there's no other questions, then I wanted to show a little clip from the Washington Examiner, I think, where the former chief of intelligence said they had signed a bill in December before the last administration left, and apparently that had something in there about UFOs. And he was saying how there's many more UFOs than the public has been aware of. It hasn't really been exposed. So now approximately in the June area, apparently the Pentagon is going to be releasing even more information about all these UFOs that they didn't allow the public to be aware of. And I wanted to play your message to humanity to end the program. And if, would this be okay to play? I'm not sure. I don't want to get in any trouble, but the deadline for the Pentagon to disclose, apparently, this is the one on Fox that was there. It's only about 3 minutes, and then we'll play the message to humanity, which is quite coincidental, the same thing that's going on here, and what this defense chief has said, that there's many, many more. Let's just hear it for a moment if we can. Let me make sure I'm sharing properly.
John, you have seen in your role the most intelligence that anybody has seen other than the president as the director of national intelligence. And I've been wanting to ask you this next question for a while. I want to ask you about UFOs, unidentified flying objects. The Pentagon is going to come out with a report by June 1st. And in the $2.3 trillion omnibus appropriations legislation passed in January, it includes the Intelligence Authorization Act, money for the Pentagon to continue investigating UFOs. John, we're going to get this report June 1st. Can you tell us, have unidentified flying objects been seen?
Well, sure. We have lots of reports about what we call unidentified aerial phenomenon. And this actually is a program that's been in place for a few years in terms of a task force that has been there under the National Defense Authorization Act. But as you correctly point out, Maria, there's now a report that will be issued by the Pentagon, by the Secretary of Defense and the Director of National Intelligence. I actually wanted to get this information out and declassified before I left office, but we weren't able to get it down into an unclassified format that we could talk about quickly enough. But frankly, there are a lot more sightings than have been made public. Some of those have been declassified. When we talk about sightings, we're talking about objects that have been seen by Navy or Air Force pilots or have been picked up by satellite imagery that frankly engage in actions that are difficult to explain, that movements that are hard to replicate, that we don't have the technology for, or traveling at speeds that exceed the sound barrier without a sonic boom. So in short, things that we are observing that are difficult to explain. And so, there's actually quite a few of those, and I think that information is being gathered and will be put out in a way that the American people can see. We always, when we see these things, Maria, we always look for a plausible explanation. Weather can cause disturbances, visual disturbances. Sometimes we wonder whether or not our adversaries have technologies that are a little bit further down the road than we thought or that we realized. But there are instances where we don't have good explanations for some of the things that we've seen. And, when that information becomes declassified, I'll be able to talk a little bit more about that.
Can you tell us where it was seen?
Actually, all over the world. There have been sightings all over the world. And when we talk about sightings, the other thing I will tell you is it's not just a pilot or just a satellite or some intelligence collection. Usually we have multiple sensors that are picking up these things. And so, again, some of this are just they're unexplained phenomenon. And there's actually quite a few more than have been made public. So I think it'll be healthy for as much of this information to get out there as possible so that the American people can see some of the things that we've been dealing with.
Okay, well, that is pretty extraordinary. We so appreciate that you're talking to us about this. Can this year get any weirder? Pandemic, shutdown, UFOs. John Ratcliffe, it's great to see you. Thank you so much.
You
Have
bet.
a good
Thanks,
weekend.
Maria. You too.
All right. John.
Now that we have opened what I call the final stages of man to understand, now you have to understand you have no choice. It needs a lot of understanding, it needs a lot of positioning, it needs, there is a celebration going on. A lot of you will report massive number of UFOs in huge numbers. It's not one or two anymore. It's just like a party, let's all go there and there is a traffic jam. You will see those happening in the coming weeks. There is a big party going on this planet. Man has not seen it, do not understand it. In a way, without you knowing, you go to out shopping and you come home, the party is set, and then you have a surprise. In a way, mankind is waiting for that surprise, but there are few steps to be taken. The universal what they call universal community has already laid out the party. And to lay the party, you need to bring a lot of things ready, a lot of souls. All friends are coming back. You will see a new transformation on the skies and in the skies of this planet very, very soon. We changed the whole structure as of last week, and we brought a new dimension. You will see it, you will feel it. And this situation with Corona, this actually would have happened because the soul of this planet was getting ready to join the universal community. And it's a solution for man to find himself in, to elevate himself. This is a universal council teaching. This is what we call one nation, one planet, one race. And in so many ways, we have made one of you, but we have joined you to be one of the totality. It's a birthday party. And those who are organizing the party, it's just, 9 months and so many days, the child is born and you get everything ready for the party of the birth. That's what's happening. For the coming weeks, you will see more and more activities in a very strange way, in a huge numbers. And some of them, they are single souls who left this planet thousands of years ago. They're coming back. They're coming back to welcome the new child. These lights you see in the skies, which will appear as single and in hundreds of thousands to come, many of them, they are not UFOs. They are the souls who left this planet and come back. They know it's the time to celebrate. But mankind is blind. And no radar can see the soul. If the radars could see the soul, every day millions of people who die and get born, why don't the radars don't show? The souls leave. Now you see the soul return. You see the light, and mankind has to understand. You have no choice. We have left you no more choice. We left it to you lot for some millions of years, and you did nothing but just mess it up more and more. And now it's just, it's the next step, next evolution. But how far, how much, to what extent mankind is ready for it is a question for the man to ask himself. You come here to learn a cup. You learn this, you learn that. But you're so blind, you don't see what is in truth there behind.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.